All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record now on Fremont County KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Let me confirm with our tech people and clerks here, is the broadcast on?
Yes.
Thank you. The court will note that as we get started, there is a courtroom conduct order in effect that you've all been advised. Please pay attention to the terms of that order, including making sure you don't have any devices that would go off and interrupt proceedings. No recording within this courtroom or photography of any type. The court is providing public access through things as well as the live stream that's being conducted. With the court's live stream, we have, I think, technology to push that. If something comes up that interrupts the live broadcast of this trial, and this will be throughout the trial, start it again. However, if there's going to be any kind of significant delay in the live stream broadcast, the court will be continuing on with the proceedings. So there may be gaps in that, but I think our technology is in place that hopefully that won't occur. But just so those listening in understand, if it does come up, we likely will not pause the trial longer than necessary to make that accommodation. At this time, I'll note also for the benefit of counsel, we do have all 18 jurors, our 12 jurors with 6 alternates have arrived this morning, and everyone has submitted their juror affirmation sheet regarding following the court's admonishment while they've been gone. No issues to bring up on the affirmations of the jurors. So with that in mind, then let me go to the state, noting the state is here present. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, counsel. All right, before we bring the jurors in, which we'll do very shortly here, I also, as we are getting started and before the jurors are sworn and we take evidence, is there, I believe we've already had a motion to exclude witnesses. Let me just clarify on the record, is there going to be a motion to exclude witnesses through evidence portion of the trial made by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. So,
Very well. The court will reaffirm then there has been a motion to exclude witnesses. So as the state begins with its case in chief, keep that in mind that they are not permitted to observe the trial proceedings, including the live stream. The only exception would be for a witness. If they statutorily qualify as a victim, then they are permitted to observe the proceedings. So each witness is going to be questioned whether or not they've observed any trial proceedings, and I would instruct the state and then following the defense, if they have witnesses, to make sure that the exclusionary rule is followed. Does the state have any questions on that matter?
Your Honor, the state would just clarify and just make counsel and the court aware. It's the state's understanding that through the Constitution and statutorily, victims have a right to remain in the courtroom throughout the proceedings, regardless of whether or not they are victims. And we have discussed that with defense counsel and made the court aware of who we think there may be a crossover with, meaning individuals that may be present and also witnesses. But statutorily, they would have the right to be here. So including any of the defendant's children, as well as, since they were Tammy's children, as well as siblings, sometimes grandparents. The court made a ruling last year in the Lori Vallow case. I think if we're following a similar guideline, those are the individuals that we would just note for the record may be present at times, but should have the right to be present throughout the proceedings. In addition, I would just note for the record that we do have our case agent who will be present for the duration of the proceedings, and that's Chief Deputy Vince Kaikamani.
Okay, and the state's permitted their case agent as it relates to victims. The court agrees they are permitted to see the proceedings, including if they are a witness. We would take up on a witness by witness basis whether or not they fall within the statutory qualifications permitting that, and I know the state's aware of the issue. We'll make rulings tested as to whether or not they would qualify and are later called to testify. Mr. Pryor from the defense, any further comment or questions on the exclusionary ruling?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, this time then we will have the jurors brought in.
Yes, sir. All rise.
Oh, the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bale. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We're on the record on Fremont County case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're ready to proceed with opening arguments and initial instructions this morning to you as jurors. The court notes that the prosecution is present as well as the defendant and the defense attorney representing him as well. We have qualified this panel of 18 jurors consisting of our 12 jurors with 6 alternates, and they are now seated for trial. Let me start with the state and ask, will the state agree that the jury has now been properly seated and ready to be sworn?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Will the defense agree as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for returning this morning. You're now seated as jurors in the case before us. As previously been told, I'm Stephen W. Boyce, the District Judge of Fremont County in charge of this courtroom trial. I'll briefly reintroduce you to some of our court personnel assisting here today. Shannon Holstein, seated to my right, is the clerk who is keeping minutes of the trial proceedings, will be marking trial exhibits and administering oaths to you as jurors and to the witnesses. We do have our courtroom bailiffs as well who assist with keeping order in the courtroom and helping the jury move about where they're supposed to throughout the day, and in enforcing any conduct orders we have in effect here for the trial. Our court reporter today, Amy Bland, is taking a stenographic record of everything said during the trial proceedings, and my staff attorney, Courtney Stallings, seated to the far right, who assists me with legal research and administrative matters that come up throughout each day of trial. Each one of you has been qualified, examined, and selected to serve as a juror of this court. The clerk will now have a roll call of our seated jurors. Please, Madam Clerk, if you would conduct the roll call. As to each juror, once your juror number is announced, please just indicate present or here verbally so we acknowledge that on the record. Madam Clerk.
Juror 27, present. Juror 219,
Here.
juror 505,
Here.
juror 631.
Here.
Juror 653.
Here.
Juror 66,
Present.
juror 752,
Present.
juror 1680, present. Juror 823,
Here.
juror 1358,
Here.
juror 1365, yeah. Juror 716, yeah. Juror 751,
Here.
juror 997,
Here.
juror 1078, juror 1577, yeah. Juror 1271, juror 1382, present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This case has been brought by the state of Idaho. I'll sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. State is here represented in this trial by Lindsay Blake, Fremont County prosecutor. Ms. Blake, could you please stand briefly? Also, Rob Wood is the Madison County prosecutor. Ingrid Beatty is a special assistant prosecutor. And Rocky Wixom is a Fremont County deputy prosecutor. The defendant in this case, Mr. Daybell, is represented by his attorney, John Pryor. Thank you, counsel. In a few moments, the clerk will read you a redacted version of the amended indictment in this case. That document is not to be considered as evidence. It sets forth the charges against the defendant. You must not consider it as evidence of guilt and not be influenced by the fact that charges have been filed. Mr. Daybell has pled not guilty to the charges contained in the amended indictment. And please remember, again, it's a description of charges. It is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from a lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The duty of the jury is to determine the facts and then apply the law set forth in the instructions I will later give you to those facts. In this way, you will decide the case. In applying the court's instructions as to the controlling law, you must follow those instructions regardless of your opinion of what the law is or what the law should be or what any lawyer may state the law to be. During this course of the trial, including opening statements, you're instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including using the internet or social media or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet, and do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. The court's given you that instruction now multiple times, and I will continue to give you that instruction. And again, that's not because I don't think you're not paying attention. It's just important enough. We'll keep reiterating that. And I will note we received the juror affirmations today from each of the jurors indicating they have followed that instruction. So thank you for that. At this time then, the next matter we'll take up is to have this jury placed under oath for trial. At this time then, Madam Clerk, if you're ready to administer the oath, I'll have the jurors stand and be placed under oath. When you stand, then please raise your right hands.
You solemnly swear or affirm you will try the cause now on trial and a true verdict rendered here according to the law and the evidence. So help you God.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, the jurors have already been advised of some of our trial procedures in this case, and I'll just give you some additional general information here. Our normal schedule is to run trial from 8:30 each day until 3:30. At times that will need to be modified for certain reasons. Sometimes we have matters to be argued outside of your presence. Sometimes during the recesses, they may seem to go on because we're conducting other court business outside of your presence. But we will take recesses through the morning and also in the afternoon. If anyone is uncomfortable, needs a break or recess for some specific reason, please notify the bailiff and we'll do our best to accommodate each of you and keep you comfortable while you're here. In addition, if anyone has any kind of accommodations they need, for example, assistance with a hearing device, other matters, please notify the bailiff again, and we want to make sure you are as comfortable as you can be and able to be alert and attentive throughout the presentation of evidence in the case. These seats that you have been assigned to at this time will be your specific seat throughout the trial. Please return to that same assigned seat each day or after each break so that we are able to determine who's here and if someone's not for some reason who's not here. If there are interruptions at times during the trial, I know that can be frustrating, but we'll work our best to keep those to a minimum, move the trial as long as efficiently as possible, but at times it just takes time to hear motions that are necessary outside of your presence. And then the courtroom and your location for deliberations, as well as during the trial where you'll be held. We've provided, of course, access to restrooms and other needs you may have. I'll address your compensation here. State law allows you for $10 a day for your jury service. However, after 5 days, that bumps up to $40 a day. So this trial is expected to go some time. You'll likely get into that increased range of compensation, and that's pursuant to Idaho Code 2215. You're also entitled, I believe, to a mileage reimbursement for travel each day, and that can further be explained to you if you have any questions. Also, you may notice from time to time, or a lot of the time, I'm looking at monitors here during the trial. I do have case information here and availability to access and research things from the bench. And so if you notice me looking at those monitors, it's generally to assist me in trial issues that come up. At this time, then the court will provide the jury with some additional jury instructions. As I read through these, it's somewhat lengthy, and I will notify you that you don't have to necessarily memorize everything I'm saying. When the trial is concluded and you deliberate, you will have printed copies of these instructions to return to for reference. And if you'll give me just a moment here, I have a brief inquiry to make with my staff attorney. All right, thank you. Now that you've been sworn as jurors to try this case, I'll go over with you what will be happening. I will describe how the trial will be conducted and what we will be doing. At the end of the trial, I'll give you more detailed guidance on how you are to reach your decision. Because the state has the burden of proof, it goes first. After the state's opening statement, the defense make an opening statement or may wait until the state has presented its case. The state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges against the defendant. The defense may then present evidence but is not required to do so. If the defense does present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence. This is evidence offered to answer the defense's evidence. After you have heard all of the evidence, I'll give you additional instructions on the law. After you've heard the instructions, the state and the defense will each be given time for closing arguments. In their closing arguments, they will summarize the evidence to help you understand how it relates to the law. Just as the opening statements are not evidence, neither are the closing arguments. After the closing arguments, you will leave the room together to make your decision. During your deliberations, you will have with you my instructions, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and any notes taken by you in court. The defendant is charged by the state of Idaho with a violation of law. The charges against the defendant are contained in the amended indictment. The amended indictment is simply a description of the charges. It is not evidence. Jury instruction number 3. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Bell Daybell and or Alex Cox and or other co-conspirators. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by two or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant, Chad Daybell, in this case, and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving any alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant, Chad Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. Instruction number 4. It is alleged that the crimes charged were committed on or about or on or between a certain date. If you find a crime was committed, the proof need not show that it was committed on that precise date. Instruction number 5. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. Presumption of innocence means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Jury instruction number 6. A defendant in a criminal trial has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant may not testify, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Jury instruction number 7. If during the trial I may say or do anything which suggests to you that I am inclined to favor the claims or positions of any party, you will not permit yourself to be influenced by any such suggestion. I will not express nor intend to express, nor will I intend to intimate any opinion as to which witnesses are or are not worthy of belief, what facts are or are not established, or what inferences should be drawn from the evidence. If any expression of mine seems to indicate an opinion relating to any of these matters, I will instruct you to disregard it. Jury instruction number 8. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instructions to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In doing so, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence you in your deliberations. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted in this trial. This evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits offered and received, and any stipulated or admitted facts. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the trial, an objection may be made to a question asked a witness, or to a witness's answer, or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and are not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question, or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the trial, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law which should apply to this case. Sometimes that will occur over on the corner there, and we do have a device here that whites out the noise, so you can't hear us speaking there. At other times, I'll excuse you from the courtroom so that you can be comfortable while we work out any problems with evidence. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time to help the trial run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with these terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted in this trial. However, the law does not require you to believe all of the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you must apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decisions simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to be given such an opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Jury instruction number 9, at the conclusion of the trial, you will decide as to each charge whether the state has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you in making these decisions. That is a matter which must not in any way affect your verdict. Jury instruction number 10. The state is seeking the death penalty in this case. If the defendant is convicted of murder in the first degree, there will then be a separate sentencing phase of the trial. At that sentencing phase, additional evidence may be presented and the jury will be given additional instructions. At the conclusion of that hearing, the jury will then decide if the defendant will be sentenced to death. If the jury decides that the defendant will not be sentenced to death, either the defendant will be sentenced to a term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, or the judge will sentence the defendant to a term of life imprisonment during which the defendant could not be paroled for at least 10 years and possibly for life. Jury instruction number 11. If you wish, you may take notes to help you remember what witnesses said. If you do take notes, please keep them to yourself until after you and your fellow jurors go to the jury room to decide the case. You should not let note-taking distract you so that you do not hear other answers by witnesses. When you leave at night, you'll leave your notes here with the bailiffs. If you do not take notes, you should rely on your own memory of what was said and not be overly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, you cannot assign one person the duty of taking notes for all of you. Jury instruction number 12. It is important that as jurors and officers of this court, you obey the following instructions at any time you leave the jury box, whether it be for recesses of the court during the day or when you leave the courtroom to go home at night. First, do not talk about the case among yourselves or with anyone else during the course of the trial. You should keep an open mind throughout the trial and not form or express an opinion about the case. You should only reach your decision after you have heard all the evidence, after you've heard my final instructions, and after the final arguments. You may discuss this case with the other members of the jury only after it is submitted to you for your decision. All such discussions should take place in the jury room. Second, do not let any person talk about the case in your presence. If anyone does talk about it to you, tell them you're a juror of the case. If they won't stop talking, then report that to the bailiff or courtroom staff here as soon as you're able to do that. You should not tell your fellow jurors about what has happened. Third, during this trial, do not talk with any of the parties, their lawyers, or any witnesses. By this, I mean, not only do not talk about the case, but do not talk at all, even to pass the time of day. In no other way can all parties be assured of the fairness they are entitled to expect from these jurors. Fourth, during this trial, do not make any investigation of this case or inquiry outside of the courtroom on your own. Do not go to any place mentioned in the testimony without an order of the court to do so. You must not consult any books, records, internet, or any other source of information unless I specifically authorize you to do so. Fifth, do not read about the case in newspapers. Do not listen to radio or television broadcasts about the trial. You must base your verdict solely on what is presented in court and not upon any newspaper, radio, television, or other media account of what may have happened. Each day, you will be required, as I mentioned, to sign an affirmation that you will follow this admonition of the court. That concludes the court's first instructions then, and as I mentioned, you will be provided copies of those when you deliberate for further reference. Next, at this time then, I am going to have the clerk read the amended and redacted indictment to you. Madam Clerk, if you're ready to read the amended indictment, please do that at this time.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho, and in for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Daybell defendant, case number CR 22211623, amended indictment. Chad Daybell is accused by the grand jury of Fremont County of this indictment as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Fremont County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction and common scheme or plan in Madison and Fremont counties, Idaho, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Tylee Ryan and to commit grand theft by deception. Count 2, first degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019 in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and as part of a common scheme or plan for continuing criminal transactions in Madison and Fremont counties in Idaho, were concerned in the commission of a first-degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, or not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being, to wit, either kill Tylee Ryan and or assist in the killing of Tylee Ryan, and or did encourage the killing of Tylee Ryan, and or did command another to kill Tylee Ryan in violation of the oath. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, excuse me, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Fremont County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction and common scheme or plan in Madison and Fremont counties, Idaho, that willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Joshua Jackson Vallow, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, and to commit grand theft by deception. Count 4, first degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019 in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and as part of a common scheme or plan for continuing criminal transactions between Madison and Fremont counties in Idaho, were concerned in the commission of a first-degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, were not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being. To it, did either kill J.J. Ballo and or assist in the killing of J.J. Ballo, and or did encourage the killing of J.J. Ballo, and or did command another to kill J.J. Ballo in violation of Idaho code. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendants, Chad Guy Daybell and or Lori Noreen Ballo and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, in the county of Fremont, state of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Madison County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction in common scheme or plan in Fremont and Madison counties, Idaho, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Tammy Daybell, and did combine or conspire to commit murder, and one or more of such persons did enact to effect the object, combination, or conspiracy. Count 6, first-degree murder. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, on October 18 to 19, 2019, in the county of Fremont, state of Idaho, was concerned in the commission of first-degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, or not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being. To wit, did either kill Tammy Daybell and or assist in the killing of Tammy Daybell, and or did encourage the killing of Tammy Daybell, and or did command another to kill Tammy Daybell in violation of Idaho code. Count 7, insurance fraud. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 30, 2019, in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or thing material to such claim, to wit, that present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Life Map Assurance Company in violation of Idaho code. Count 9, insurance fraud. That the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 31, 2019, in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or material thing to such claim, to wit, did present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Primerica Life Insurance Company in violation of Idaho code. Signed as a true bill on the 24th day of May, 2021, and signed by the deputy presiding grand juror, acting as presiding grand juror in Fremont County, state of Idaho. And to these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading the redacted amended indictment. In this case, again, I will advise the jurors, remember the indictment is a description of charges. It is not evidence. That concludes the court's opening instructions and the reading of the indictment. The jury's been sworn as well. The next matter we would take up then are opening statements. We inquire of the state, is the state ready to proceed with openings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will be giving the opening statement?
I will remember.
Very well. Mr. Wood, you may present your opening.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is there a hand mic so that I may address the jury?
I think we do have one. Might take us a moment to get it over to you.
And then I do have a PowerPoint attached.
All right.
May I proceed your phone? Yes, it's for that HDMI. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you.
Two dead children buried in the defendant Chad Daybell's backyard in September of 2019. The next month, his wife is found dead in their marital bed. 17 days after the death of his wife, Tammy Daybell, this defendant is photographed laughing and dancing on a beach in Hawaii at his wedding. It's Lori Vallow, a woman who was his mistress and the mother of the children buried in the graves on his property. 3 dead bodies. This defendant believed he had a right beyond the ordinary. When he had a chance at what he considered his rightful destiny, he made sure that no person or no law would stand in his way. His desire for sex, money, and power led him to pursue those ambitions. And this pursuit led to the deaths of his wife and Lori's 2 innocent children. Chad Daybell is an author who wrote books about the apocalypse. During this trial, you will hear a story more troubling. And the story is real. Chapter 1. The defendant was a seemingly ordinary man. You'll see that he craved significance. He worked in journalism and he worked as a sexton in a graveyard. He married his wife Tammy in 1990 after meeting at Brigham Young University, and they settled in Utah. As a full-time homemaker and mother, Tammy's love for her family was boundless. Together, Tammy and the defendant started a small publishing company, which Tammy supported in many ways. They had 5 children together. They moved to Idaho, where Tammy became a beloved school librarian. She was devoted to service, her community, and her faith. But for this defendant, that ordinary existence was not enough. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. Your Honor, this mic just,
Sorry, Mr. Wood. Let's see if we get a replacement mic.
I got it working now.
Okay.
I noticed that the PowerPoint is not up.
Yeah, look, I think your mic's off. Yeah,
Okay, I didn't turn it off this time, so
you might have a bad battery. From the screen as well.
Your Honor, it's up on the screen and it's plugged into the HDMI. I'm not sure why it's not. Transfer. I don't know if there's any one person out with that.
Let's see if we can get some help to maybe see if we can get the signal to work on that.
Sorry. Can I proceed?
Yeah, but I'm still not sure on my mic. Is that not working?
Check.
Okay, thanks.
Apologies for the interruption, writing down. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. She was married to her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, and she was the mother to Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. Tylee was a normal, vibrant teenage girl. She loved her friends. You'll hear that she loved her Jeep. She loved Chipotle. She loved her little brother, JJ. JJ was a 7-year-old boy. He required extensive special care and he loved his sister. You'll hear about a pivotal date that set in motion the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. October 20th. That was the day when Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met at a religious conference in St. George, Utah, where they were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At this time, both still married to other spouses. That introduction set in motion the reality you're going to hear about. We know what happened next through the defendant's own words. You'll hear. Though both married, Chad and Lori began to have an affair. You will hear excerpts from the defendant's extended text messages to Lori that reveal his mindset and his motivations. In his thirst for sex, power, and money, Chad created an alternate reality where they called themselves James and Elena, names that Chad claimed were from past lives they had lived together. The defendant's text messages reveal their story of lust and their plan for a future together. Chad Daybell wrote that upon meeting Lori Vallow, he experienced a happiness unmatched by anything else in his 50 years. He was captivated by her appearance, so much so, he said she was out of his league. You will hear evidence in his own words, how he was taken by her beauty and spoke about their sexual encounters on many occasions. More than anything else, was rooted in her adoration for him. She was the mirror reflecting the grandeur he saw in himself. He called her an exalted goddess. He told her in writing that she had returned to earth to perform a special mission. And part of that mission included being with him. They soon came together and turned their dreams into a plan for the future. One free from what they called obstacles. And those obstacles were Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Chapter 3. You'll hear that in the world that Chad and Lori planned for themselves, they identified those who stood in the way of their dream as dark. Their spouses, Lori's own children, and any who oppose them were labeled sometimes as dark spirits or even zombies. This was more than an alleged belief of right-wing labor. The evidence will show that it was a convenient narrative that dehumanized people who stood in their way and who were labeled as obstacles. This narrative gave them the pretext to remove people from this world for their own good. Chad and Lori preached that only through spiritual intervention, what they sometimes called casting, sometimes through burning, or even through death, that these dark spirits be cleansed. Enter Alex Cox, Lori's devoted brother. Chad and Lori manipulated Alex with promises of spiritual rewards. They wielded their influence over Alex, drawing him into their plotting and planning of their own future. After the deaths of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Chad Daybell gave Alex a blessing. This blessing was reported by Lori, who was present. And in that blessing, he said to Alex, "You have earned the privilege to be a member of their exclusive religious group." And he also said to him, "You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid." But you will also see other text messages. Chad and Lori discussed more earthly concerns, that Alex could be the one to implicate them. Alex knew this as well. Shortly before he died, on December 12th, 2019, he told his wife, Zulana Pastenis, who you will hear from. He was afraid he was going to be Chad and Lori's fall guy. Chapter 4. Once their calculated plan was devised, it only took months to execute and remove perceived obstacles in Chad Daybell's path to a new life. Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, who was labeled as dark by the defendant, was shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. Lori stood to gain $1 million, money that could fund Chad and Lori's future. Yet following Charles's death, Lori Vallow awaited a $1 million life insurance payout that never came, only to learn that the beneficiary was no longer her. Upon learning she would not receive that insurance money, Lori would text Chad, "I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS, meaning Social Security." Chad replied to her in a text that read, "It will be interesting to see if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest." Tylee Ryan, also branded Dark and a zombie, was last seen on September 8, 2019. Subsequent investigations revealed the horrifying truth. Her remains, charred and dismembered, were found in a grave on Chad Daybell's property. Without Charles's $1 million in insurance money to support them, Lori Vallow continued to illegally receive Tylee's Social Security benefits, provided after the death of Tylee's biological father, who had been Lori's 3rd husband. According to this defendant, J.J. Vallow, Lori's son, was also possessed. After he was labeled as a dark entity, his fate was no less tragic than his sister's. His young life was also claimed. Later, his bound body was discovered. His death by suffocation. Yet while JJ was missing, Lori continued to illegally receive JJ's Social Security benefit, money provided by Charles Vallow's dad. Tammy Daybell, a vivacious, healthy mother, was another individual labeled as a dark spirit to be removed. On October 9th of 2019, she reported being shot at night near her home by a man covered in black. She thought it was a paintball gun. On October 19th, 10 days later, she died in her own home with her husband present. This was soon after an increase in the value of her life insurance to more than $400,000. This defendant rapidly cashed in that life insurance and began looking for condos in Hawaii with Lori. You'll see the rental application he submitted for a couple with no kids. Medical examiners would later determine that the only reasonable explanation for Tammy's death was not of natural causes, but rather a homicide. In fact, you will hear from multiple witnesses that Chad predicted multiple times that Tammy would die in early death. Chapter 5. 17 days after his wife's death, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married and celebrated on a beach in Kauai, Hawaii, symbolizing what he called their eternal union. Chad and Lori were preparing their wedding well before Tammy's death. Lori was shopping for wedding rings while Tammy was still alive. Now, without the earthly obstacles of spouses and young children, and with Tammy's insurance policy and the children's Social Security funds, they could live the life that Chad and Lori wanted. And in their way. Chapter 6. Unfortunately for this defendant, shattered their bliss. 2 things led law enforcement to his and Lori's door. On October 2nd, 2019, Lori Vallow's nephew-in-law, a man named Brandon Boudreaux, was shot at in Arizona by someone from what he believed was Tyler's Jeep. Law enforcement in Arizona investigated to look for Alex Cox and for Tyler's Jeep. And you'll hear that that Jeep was later found in Rexburg, Idaho, in Madison County. Meanwhile, J.J. Bell's grandmother, concerned that she hadn't seen or heard from him in months, asked police for help. The police followed up and located Lori in Rexburg, Idaho, where the police did a welfare check at Lori's apartment. Law enforcement arrived at Lori's door on November 26, 2019. When asked about Lori, Chad first told law enforcement he didn't know her very well, despite the fact that they were married and had been in a relationship for over a year. Lies by Lori to police about JJ and Tylee's whereabouts, and then a move to Hawaii, and Lori's unwillingness to present her children to law enforcement to prove their well-being led to her arrest and extradition. As Lori refused to produce her children, law enforcement continued their search for Tylee and JJ. During that search, they located a unique text message that this defendant, Chad Daybell, had sent to his wife Tammy on September 9, 2019, which was the day after Tylee Bryant's last known appearance. You'll hear from the FBI agent who found that message, but this message seemed longer than his usual text to Tammy, and it had a more conversational tone. In that text, Chad claimed he'd had an interesting morning, that he'd shot a raccoon, that he'd buried it in what they called the pet cemetery, and that he'd had a fire on the property and burned some wood debris. When law enforcement finally went to the defendant's property the following June, they didn't find a raccoon. They found Tylee's burnt remains that were buried in the pet cemetery. And they found JJ nearby, buried under a tree near a pond. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been told this will be a lengthy trial. You will hear from many witnesses. You will hear a lot of evidence. The following is just a timeline of major events to help understand when these things took place. October 26, 2018, Chad and Lori meet in St. George, Utah. July 11, 2019, Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, shot and killed by Alex Cox. Between August 31st and September 1st, Lori, Alex Cox, and Tylee and JJ moved to Rexburg, Idaho, just a few miles south of the defendant's home. Tylee's last known sighting was September 8, 2019. The text I just spoke of about the raccoon was sent by the defendant to his wife September 9, 2019. JJ's last known sighting you'll hear about September 22nd. The attempted homicide of Brandon Boudreaux in Arizona was October 2nd. The shooting I mentioned of Tammy, the shooting at her, the unsuccessful shooting, October 9th, 2019. Tammy's death, October 19th, 2019. 17 days later, Chad and Lori married in Hawaii. Law enforcement did a welfare check looking for JJ November 26, 2019 in Rexburg, Idaho. November 26th and 27th, Chad and Lori leave town. June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ's remains are found on Chad's property. As I said, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from a lot of witnesses. And there's going to be kind of different groups of evidence you're going to hear from. You'll hear from law enforcement, some of whom will give you a broad overview of the investigation and what they did, how the search for Tylee and JJ drew to a case of murder. You'll hear how it began by people who knew Lori and Chad, the James and Elaine. You'll hear about the James and Elaine story and about their relationship with each other and how they pursued their dream their plan for a life together. You'll hear in the defendant's own words, people referred to as obstacles, how they need to be gotten rid of. You're going to hear financial evidence. You'll hear from an FBI forensic accountant and a detective, a Social Security administrator, investigator, who will talk about the finances involved in this case. You'll hear more from law enforcement, from multiple law enforcement agencies, the Rexford Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, Social Security Administration, about the investigation into these crimes. You will see forensic evidence. You'll see DNA testing to identify the body of Tylee. You'll see DNA testing that showed DNA from Tylee was found on at least 2 tools in the defendant's shed. You'll hear digital evidence dealing with geolocation data tied to certain phones that were used in this case. You'll hear from Hawaii law enforcement about searches they performed in Hawaii on the defendant and his wife. And finally, you will hear many of this defendant's own words. You will hear voice recordings of this defendant. You'll hear, recorded phone calls between him and his wife, Daybell. You'll read multiple texts that he and Lori sent back. Another text he sent. Chapter 9, what's unwritten. The defendant stands before you today, charged with multiple crimes. First-degree murder for the death of Tammy Daybell. First-degree murder for the death of Tylee Ryan. First-degree murder for the death of J.J. Vallow. Conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception, the death of Tylee Ryan. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception for the death of J.J. Vallow, and insurance fraud. Two dead children buried in this defendant's backyard. The next month, his wife dead in their bed. 17 days later, this defendant marries Lori Vallow. Members of the jury, days or probably weeks from now, when the evidence in this trial is fully unfolded, we will have the opportunity to speak with you again. And at that time, we will ask you to end this horrible narrative. Your verdict will be the link that writes the final chapter of this tragic saga. A chapter that delivers justice for Tammy, justice for JJ, and justice for Tyler. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That will conclude the opening statement of the state. Mr. Pryor, a couple of questions. First, is the defense going to give an opening statement now or defer until later? And second, if you are going to give an opening statement, would you prefer we take a mid-morning recess or go forward?
Judge, could we take a short recess? And I have a statement.
Okay, I think this is a good time then for our mid-morning break. We'll go ahead and take that now. And then once that's concluded, Mr. Pryor can give his opening statement to the defense.
All rise.
Reported a blue car speeding down a New Mexico highway. However, shortly after pulling them over, he was shown that this was going to be one of the most difficult stops of his entire career. Reported a blue
What's happening? They're going to deplane the aircraft. I'm going to take you off the
That was
plane,
already happening.
and you're going to jail.
It won't happen
Okay.
if you get up and walk out with me right now.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to,
Trust
Yep.
that.
That's how it's going to work.
Do you feel that's a threatening system?
That's the way it is,
It's
man.
not cool.
Are you
I
gonna-
want to trust you. You want to trust me? That's not healing.
Verbally abuse me.
Well, that doesn't give you the right to spit on them. That's what you verbally abused me as soon as I got here. Did I spit on you? You're no arrest for battery. Definitely doing
That
that.
purse.
Yeah, they're handcuffs. They're not for comfort.
Can I
Let's go.
take my purse?
Absolutely. Come on,
Oh,
let's go.
please don't. No,
Oh
don't
no, you're
hurt me,
definitely
though.
going to jail. Let's go. Walk. Mm-hmm.
Can I leave my car here?
That's absolutely fine. Sure.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Take your thing.
Officer, this is unbelievable.
Let's go.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, I'll get a good attorney.
God bless you.
Yep. God bless me. God, because I'm a Christian.
Christians don't talk like you.
This cop managed to get her in cuffs and out the door in record time, but he still has to get her into the patrol vehicle and back to jail, and this Karen isn't going down easy.
Confirm for me,
Please
or
don't do this. Please. I didn't do anything.
How about you just stand there and stop talking? How about we do that? How about we do that? That doesn't give you an excuse to act the way that you're acting. Just stop talking.
You have to leave. We'll take care of it. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, you guys have to leave.
This officer saw me last night. I've been having a lot happening in my life.
You know what that's gonna happen?
With a simple
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you apologize. You apologize too. I apologize. I'm not a racist. I have friends that are Muslim. Okay? I'm sorry, Muslim. Oh, that hurts. Hurt my hand.
well, they're handcuffs. They're not for comfort.
Well, I've never had handcuffs.
So that's a no. Okay, so
Except
those
when I
those
was-
same Muslims that you were talking shit to just decided your fate and they elected to not
Thank
prosecute.
you. God bless you.
Yeah, God bless them. Because if it was up to me, you'd be going to jail.
Come on, officer, please.
But they decided as the victim that you were not going to jail.
Oh,
I suggest you watch your mouth because
well,
the particular shut up, listen. The particular group that you decide to mouth off to were professional. Some people might kick you in your face and they're gonna come pick up the pieces. So I suggest you watch your mouth.
In an act of extreme kindness, the group of Muslims she spat at and was racist towards decided not to press charges and asked the police to let her go. But somehow, even that isn't enough to stop this woman from running her mouth.
my father was with the army. He was a captain in the army.
Anybody get her 14?
Look what you did to my aunt.
You should be going to jail.
Huh? Oh, can you get me my purse, please?
Hey, you got a 14?
No, I thought he was holding it.
Get your stuff and leave.
What do I do with this?
What do you do with what?
Oh, that hurts.
That's unfortunate.
Well, I've never had this happen to me.
Then keep your mouth shut and you won't have it happen again. Literally keep your mouth shut because you spit on somebody.
Listen, you don't know what he did to me.
You don't have the right to ask me how to talk to you when you're disrespecting people.
He disrespected me first.
Literally spitting on people. Gather your belongings, count your blessings, and leave.
Listen, I'm a
Bye.
Christian.
Yeah. Well, you need to look
And
that
I-
up.
And I go to Calvary Chapel.
You need to.
All right.
That's concerning.
Yeah.
Yeah, very concerning.
Yeah, we'll talk to Pastor Doug.
I will actually.
All right.
I will talk to Pastor Doug and let him know how you
Come
feel
on
about
Sunday.
different
Come on
religions.
Sunday for church.
Okay, sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
11 a.m.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you, officer.
Yeah, good night, ma'am.
Thank you.
Get
And
home safe.
thank you, officer. You're respectful. You're respectful.
They all are, man.
Thank God for President Trump.
Not the president.
I don't even know what that means.
This woman was incredibly fortunate to be let away with no charges, unlike this young Karen who couldn't keep her mouth shut and faced all the consequences she deserved.
I got out of a DUI and got let off with a warning.
Skylar was pulled over after an officer saw her weaving around the road in a way that suggested she might not have been completely sober. But according to her video, she claims that using her flirtatious and quick wits, she managed to trick the officer and get away with a warning.
I blew a 3.8 and he let me off with a f***ing warning and gave me his number and said we should meet for coffee or lunch. He was hot, so I'm getting lunch with him tomorrow.
If her story is true, then the officer would be in serious trouble. But luckily, the officer in question recorded the entire interaction.
Wow, this girl is really insane right now.
On his body cam, and the video tells a completely different story.
Hello, my name is Deputy Stallman, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. I pulled you over because you're weaving a little bit back there. Where are you coming from?
I was coming from my friend's house. I actually just got dumped.
Okay.
So I was like crying and like I'm really
Okay.
upset.
Were you on your phone and stuff too?
I was trying to call him to get a hold of him because my heart hurts.
Okay. Well, I'm just concerned that you were weaving because of alcohol, but if you're on your phone, have you been drinking or anything tonight? No? Okay.
The deputy then does give Skylar a card with the sheriff department's information on it, but it didn't include his personal number and it didn't come with an invitation to dinner.
Sounds like you're having a rough night, so I'm not going to add to that by writing you a ticket or anything, okay? So I'm just going to give you a warning. It's not a big deal. I just want to make sure you're okay. You were weaving a little bit, and I just want to make sure you're okay to operate the motor vehicle, and I believe you are. So my information's right here on the front. The reason I stopped you here is on the back. Where we were headed, get there safely, and I'm sorry you're having a bad night.
Yeah, I'm just right down the street. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah, no, you don't need to apologize. I mean, you were weaving a little bit with no traffic out. I just want to make sure you're okay, that's all.
Skylar's video doesn't just contain disgusting footage of her laughing and bragging about exploiting this officer's kindness, but also states that she blew a 3.8 on the breathalyzer, ignoring that she wasn't even tested in the first place. The legal limit is only around 0.8 and already makes driving dangerous. But a reading of 3.8 would imply Skylar was not only blackout drunk, but close to death, as at a level of 4.0, respiratory failure is likely. But this doesn't mean Skylar was lying about being drunk underage. Videos were later discovered of her chugging tequila from the bottle and acting drunk at a party just hours before she was caught driving. After she was confronted with this, Skylar confessed and admitted to everything.
I ended up getting a little too intoxicated. I was taking shots all night and I decided to make the dumb decision to get into my car and drive.
She also admitted that the officer never asked her out. That was just a lie for social media attention. Regardless of her confession, though, no further action was taken against her or the officer who failed to test her. Unlike this next Karen, who didn't get off nearly as easily. This suspect's public outburst takes place on a plane ready for takeoff. Prior to the footage, she's been asked to leave multiple times due to her refusal to wear a mask during the pandemic.
Hello.
We're gonna take you off the aircraft.
Yep, you're gonna have to get off the aircraft.
Yeah,
okay?
and you're at the,
Yep.
and I compliment you in that way.
She's a representative of the aircraft. They don't want you flying on their plane today, okay? So you're gonna have to get off the
They
aircraft.
made us wait and wait and wait.
Yeah, that's the way it is. But right now, I'm gonna
And
need
that's
you.
fine, and I will respect that.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to grab your bag and just
And I
step
did
off
not
the
do
aircraft.
anything, actually.
We'll talk about it outside.
Disruptive, besides speak my mind.
Okay.
And you know what? I live in America, and that's what fucking America's about.
Calm down.
No, you know
Listen to
that.
me. Grab your
No,
bag.
you know that.
When she's asked to grab her bag and leave, she says something truly weird. The suspect has a lot of strange mannerisms and seems to have very severe mood swings. Pay attention to how her expression suddenly changes and how she seems to rapidly experience a wide range of emotions throughout the encounter.
I was muted just now when I said the other chick was crazy insane. Now this one, she don't want to wear a mask because the airline made her wait. Like you can't do that, lady.
No one's gonna put their hands on you.
All right, yeah, you
Grab your
won't.
bag and
Yeah,
just step off
you
the-
won't.
Okay, but I need you to get up.
No. You
Okay?
need me to get up? You may need me to get up, but you know what I feel my need to do as a person? Just like Jesus motherfucking Christ.
You need to calm down.
No, I'm gonna do what I need to do. I'm gonna say what I need to do. And if you're gonna do whatever you feel you need to do to me, right? So I'm gonna say what I am meant to say. No, to everybody.
Stand up, man.
Everybody is
You're
doing
gonna
this.
get arrested if you do not
I'm
stop.
already gonna get arrested.
The police warn the suspects that if she doesn't cooperate, they'll have to put their hands on her. Her response is dramatic. She also latches onto a supposed promise one of the officers made, that she wouldn't be arrested if she gets off the plane.
Here's what's happening. They're gonna deplane the aircraft. I'm gonna take you off the
That was
plane.
already happening. Don't
And you're going to jail.
It won't happen
Okay.
if you get up and walk out with me right now.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to,
trust
That's how it's gonna work.
Do you see how that's a threatening system?
That's the way it is,
It's
man.
not cool.
Are you
I
gonna-
want to trust you. You want to trust me? That's not healing. We're not healing.
The suspect is led from the plane and placed under arrest. Her reaction is childlike. She cries in an unconvincing way and seems to feel that the experience has violated her human rights. Listen to her describe her actions. The way she seems to think she acted is far from the truth, but it's hard to say whether she's deliberately lying or there's something more to it.
Okay. Come with me. Come with me.
She wanted to be big and bad on that airplane. Now she's crying like a little baby.
See, you lied right there.
The suspect continuously switches between claims of being victimized and anger towards the cops. She seems to feel that she's been personally wronged and that one of the cops lied to her to get her to comply. She accuses this cop of not wearing a mask himself.
How is anyone gonna stop anything when you lie to them?
You have your chance, ma'am.
I had my chance. You didn't even give me a chance. I looked at you in your eyes and I knew you were lying to me. I saw you outside before I even came in with your mask off.
Once again, we see a case where the person being arrested decides to single out a particular officer to blame for everything. The suspect refuses to cooperate with a particular cop, but says they're
All right.
I will not Are you going to comply with everybody? No, with you two, yes. Not with you, because you're a liar.
Towards the end of the arrest, she repeatedly says things that seem to come out of nowhere, including the suggestion that a nurse there to check on her is attracted to the officer she has an issue with.
Here, let me get your temperature at least. Oh, you think he's cute? Oh, yeah, I thought he was cute, too. I looked in his eyeballs, and I thought he looked into my eyeballs, and then he abused that.
Her unpredictable mood and irrational reactions
Wow.
continue right up until the video ends, with her saying that facts that she can't relax is the fault of law enforcement. Seems likely that there are some psychiatric issues at play here, though. Without a professional opinion, it's hard to say for sure. But this next Karen completely crossed the line when she thought she could be blatantly racist and get away with it.
Go back to India. We don't want you here.
On August 24th, 2022, 3 women of Indian American descent were leaving the 60 Vines restaurant in Plano, Texas. While saying their goodbyes in the parking lot, they were confronted by this extremely angry woman out of nowhere.
Go back to India. Go back to India.
How
We
rude.
don't want you here. We don't want you here. If things are so great in your country, then stay there.
The woman, named Miss Upton, became enraged when she heard the 3 friends saying goodbye in an Indian language and decided to give them a piece of her mind. The 3 ladies gave as good as they got, and
I hope she don't go get her nails done, because them ladies sure talking their language. She would have a fit.
as you can see here, the situation spiraled out of control.
We were not talking to you. You came here. Get lost.
Oh my God.
Come closer. Come closer.
Oh my God.
She's hitting me.
She legit. Oh my God, dude.
She's hitting me. She's hitting me. Fucking furry ass bitches.
She's a white woman wearing a black dress.
No, I'm not white. I'm Mexican. I'm Mexican. And I paid my fucking way here.
Oh my
Oh my God, she's hitting
God.
my friend now.
Miss Upton knows she's on camera, yet she still chooses to lie about hitting the woman and even films the incident herself. Probably not the smartest move, since she's just recording her own extremely racist outburst.
I am not hitting your friend. You guys are all about. I don't know, but he just hit my hand.
Oh
I'm
no.
at the 60 Vines parking lot.
Oh, here.
Can you please send some help?
Oh, these fucking Indians. They come to America because they want a better life.
Yes,
But they're obviously not living the great life in India.
No, she has a bag. I'm scared.
If he even talk to you, why did he walk up to us to talk to you?
Yes.
Because I hate you fucking Indians. That's why. If you guys come to our country. If you are Mexican, why don't you go back to Mexico? And you want to say you're Mexican. I'm American. I was born here. You're born here? What makes you think that because of the way you speak? Because I'm a Mexican American, but I speak English. The 4 of us are talking. Why would you come and talk to us and make a racist camera?
Now she's hitting the third person.
Nah.
I'm not gonna talk to you when you have your fucking camera on. If you want to turn your fucking camera off, I'm happy to talk.
We are in
Turn it off.
and she's telling us what
I'm talking with my
yelled at
friends.
us. We was
Like everywhere I fucking go, you Indians are fucking everywhere.
so she's
If life here, and I'm, please, I'm this business. Yes. If life is so great in India, why the fuck are you up here? I don't know if you can say. Why are you on here? She's coming back. This is a country where I mean, naturalized citizen here. You're a naturalized citizen. You're not a born and
What
raised.
does it matter?
Don't engage. But why are you here? Don't engage. Because you are not my friend. You're a, nobody, you're a stranger, and you have no right to come and talk to us. No, you're right. You know what, ma'am? You're right. Ma'am, I am sorry. Ma'am, I am sorry. You know what? I'm not, okay, well, fuck you. Peace. I'm trying to reach out. Peace. I overstepped my bounds.
Overstepped, you think?
Suddenly apologizing and saying peace. I don't know what that means, but please have them come here because we are not feeling safe. We don't feel safe right now.
What? Look, I'm not gonna hurt you guys. Look at me. I'm all of 100 pounds, and you guys weigh well over 200 pounds.
As you may have guessed, it turns out her apology wasn't as sincere as you might have thought. But what she does next takes her abuse to a whole new level.
Stop videoing me. I swear to God, I will fucking break the fucking camera. Stop! I'm walking away. Turn that fucking camera. I will fucking break my camera.
Brush.
I don't see anybody.
If
I'm
she
going to
hits
go
it-
to the restaurant. Let's just go to the restaurant. Three officers are on their way. Oh my God! Now she's going to the third friend. She's, yeah. She's coming back. Stop, woman! And she's oh my God! She's. Please come. Please get here quickly.
Wow.
Don't engage. Hey, there's a car coming. Be careful.
Notice Miss Upton has her hand in the bag, and according to the three victims, she claims she is hiding a gun and is threatening to shoot if they don't stop filming. If she's telling the truth, the situation could turn deadly, but thankfully police units arrive before things get any worse.
Yeah.
All of you can back up that way, please.
Sure.
According to the victim's lawyer, Miss Upton also claimed to have a gun in her car, but it turns out she was just running her mouth. Even with the evidence on camera, the officers let Upton go, only arresting her the next morning. She was charged with making terroristic threats. Just a few months later, one of the victims filed a lawsuit for an unknown amount of damages, telling the court the incident had affected her life and left her waking up in cold sweats. The victims here are lucky things didn't get physical. However, with this next Karen, the story is a little different, as she thought that money could save her from her consequences. Police were made aware of a black
It seems like every case that we watch, it gets crazier and crazier. Welcome back, Ashley.
SUV driving erratically, almost multiple other vehicles. Luckily, it wasn't too difficult for the cops to catch the driver, as her own ridiculous driving ended up getting her backed into a corner with barely any persuasion from the cops. However, when the cops went to identify the driver, they discovered the last thing they expected.
Well, my name's Officer Solomon with the House Police Department, okay? The reason I'm making contact with you is because we got a call in that you're intoxicated driving, okay? Obviously, when I saw you, you just drove onto a curb and almost struck a fence, okay? So I'm gonna need you to step out, okay?
The driver is clearly out of it and absolutely should not have been driving. However, the most interesting part of this case is that the woman in the car is actually the police sergeant's girlfriend. So the case had to be handed over to a different department due to a conflict of interest. And unfortunately for her, they weren't messing around.
You know it's against the law to be driving under the influence, correct? Okay, you do know that, right? So I don't know why you think you're above the law because of who you're dating. You're gonna get out of the car, I'm gonna have to pull you out. Okay, we're not playing a game like you did with the other officers. Okay? You're gonna get out of the car?
What game are we playing?
I'm not playing any game with you. Are you gonna get out of the car? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
I have one out on the garage. Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Really? Oh, what the f***?
You're gonna listen. You don't get any favors because who you're dating. You understand that? Don't resist.
I'm gonna stop. I can call all your shit. Stop. No.
Yeah, stop. You already messed up. Stop, man.
Or 15
They're not wrong.
Stop.
You're wrong. Stop.
But this isn't where the insanity ends. What could possibly be worse than driving drunk through residential streets at rush hour? Doing exactly that, but with a baby in the car.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know her issue.
I'm so embarrassed. I tried.
Was the child inside the car? You grabbed the car. You grabbed the kid.
Yeah, I watched him get the kid out of the car
Yeah, I did.
because I was pulling
Okay, get the child's information.
Yeah.
Are you? I guess your mom.
Grandma.
Grandma.
I had no clue.
Hello, Deputy Sanchez with the Lee County Sheriff's Office. Are you okay? Do you need medics to come see you? No. Okay. Okay, so they're gonna switch out the cuffs, okay?
The cops are trying to do everything they can to treat the woman with respect, but it seems she's just too snide and disrespectful to do the same back, as she immediately starts to pick fights with the officers.
Ready? You. Hey, no. Yeah, they told me. What?
I don't know why he would say that. Go ahead and
He
get up.
said he f***ed you.
I don't know why he would
as
say
a
that. Go
subordinate.
ahead and get up.
Okay, let's go.
Go ahead and get up.
No. Get up. Don't do
Go
that.
ahead and get up.
Get up. No. Ahmad
Go
said
ahead
he
and
f***ed you
get up.
as
Go
your
ahead and get
subordinate.
up.
You're gonna catch more charges. Get up.
Up. No, I don't give Get a up.
Get up.
You know what? Get up.
Get in there.
Watch your step. Ready? He told me he
Hey, get up.
Jasmine.
Hey, get up.
No, he told me.
Get up. Get in there.
He told. Get up. I will. You will not. Get in there.
That's enough.
Stop.
That's enough. Now knock it off. I'm not gonna tell you again. You're gonna knock it off. You're not gonna come out here and kick one of my deputies.
Thank you.
Are you going to
Thank you
stop?
for the evidence.
Are you going to now stop? Get up.
No, thank you.
Sit up.
Thank you.
Sit up.
Sit up. No, thank you for the evidence. No, don't you.
Get up. Get up.
Is your name Kevin?
Huh?
She kicked.
You cannot act this way just because your boyfriend is a cop. Dude, he's not even your husband. Come on now. You can't even try to use that.
Resisting like this has done nothing but add another charge to her already long list. The cops talked to a couple witnesses and searched the car, but the most interesting part of the whole case comes back at the station, where she's made to take a blood alcohol level test. Remember, the woman was driving recklessly while allegedly drunk, carrying a baby on board. If she doesn't pass this, things don't look good for her position, not only out of jail, but as a mother.
So first of all, look, we're not going to argue. We can put you back in the unit and take you right to jail.
So we're the ones. She's just getting the door for us. She's just getting the door for us. We're just going there. We're gonna do the test.
He's doing everything.
He's doing
It's
the test.
conflict.
So I'm going to run the test, Desiree. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go.
He's running it. I'm gonna do that.
She's holding the door for us.
Go ahead.
It's conflict.
She's holding the door.
I'm not going to be in there.
He's just holding the door for us so we can go inside.
I can't do both. I can't.
If I don't pass this,
You said you were going to take the test. Right now we're here. Now it's time to take the test, okay?
I'm telling you, if I
Desiree.
fail, I will not have my
Okay,
kid.
if the machine tones out, we're going to take it as a
How long is break for?
refusal, and we're just going to take you right over to the jail. Big blow. Breathe in real big. Keep going.
Please, Victor.
We still need this second test before we can figure everything out. So in a second, you're going to do the same thing you did already.
The woman's blood alcohol level came back to a 0.36%, 4.5 times over the legal limit, and by all accounts, an
Wow.
extremely dangerous level to be at. Almost all of the charts available show that anything over
With her
0.3% can be deadly. The risk of blood alcohol poisoning and even a coma is extremely high. And frankly, it's a miracle that she's still even conscious. At this point, it's not even just about punishing her for the immense amount of danger she put herself, the public, and her baby in, but it's also about keeping her safe. But even with this in mind, she's still not ready to cooperate.
Where are we going?
To the jail.
I don't want to.
Well, we have to.
I want to go home.
So Desiree, we're going to go now.
If we go home, I'm going to press charges on you.
Okay, that's fine.
Especially because I have evidence.
Okay, that's fine.
Come on, we have to take you to the jail.
No.
Stop that.
Yeah.
None of that needs to
Yeah.
happen right now.
No.
Okay, no, it doesn't. So we're going to escort you if you don't stand up. Yes, we are.
I'm going to be another victim.
You're
no.
not a victim.
All right, Sanchez. He told me everything. No, he told me everything.
Okay. I don't have a good one either.
He told me he her.
Okay, and that's their
before
business. So
drug
stop.
evidence. No, I'm not gonna stop. No,
Go
I
to
will
sit.
have a whole case. No.
Okay, so we're gonna put you in there if you don't go in there. Desiree, you need to listen.
Victor, take me home.
No, can't do that.
Victor.
So listen, you're gonna listen now, Desiree.
All right.
Let's go. Let's go.
Listen, blood ass. I can't listen to you. Wait.
Put your legs in, Desiree. Desiree, I'm gonna go around and put you in.
Desiree,
Okay.
just get in there. Shut the up. Just get in there.
It's easier if you follow the instruction and come out. I'm just telling you, I can't.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you one more time.
Why can't you? Are you intoxicated at this time? No? Okay, we'll help you. Come on.
The officers are willing to help you, so I suggest you go that way. For the third time, I'm asking you, are you gonna get off? No? I need you to get
ow! Come on. Ow! Stand up. Come on.
After receiving medical attention, the woman was charged with aggravated DWI, abuse of a child, 2 counts of battery on an officer, 3 counts of resisting, obstructing an officer, and multiple other driving and misbehavior charges. The only thing it feels like she didn't do was attempt to run away after her arrest. But luckily, this girl had her covered on that front.
Hi, how you doing?
Was I speeding?
No, you weren't speeding. You don't have your back lights on.
They don't turn on. They're automatic. These are auto lights that come on.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's on right now.
Okay.
It only
You don't have any way to turn them on?
my back lights.
Yeah, so like a lot
When
of
I
times.
brake.
No, like your tail lights just aren't on at all. So when you brake your lights will activate, but like when you're just driving on the road regularly.
These are just auto lights. I don't really know how to fix that.
Already the way this girl is talking is a little suspicious. She seems louder than you'd expect and occasionally talks over the officer without realizing it, but it's a little too early to call at this point. However, after just a couple minutes, the cop notices an all too familiar scent in the car.
And have you guys been drinking?
No.
No, nobody's been drinking at all?
She
Okay.
just got off at Jim's.
Okay. It smells like alcohol in the car, that's why I'm asking. Okay. So if
We don't have any alcohol in the car.
I know. I'm saying it, if you have been drinking, it smells like somebody's been drinking. So that's why I'm asking.
Okay.
All right. So you haven't had, none of you have had anything
We
to
were
drink?
at a party.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, just give me 1 sec. I'm going to be right back with you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please have the chairs, bro. Yes, sir.
All rise.
Very present and accounted for. All right, thank you. Please be seated. We've concluded our morning recess. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-16-23. State of Idaho versus Chad by Daybell. This is the time we'll next have opening statements by the defense. Mr. Pryor, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have the post permission to enter the well?
You may.
Thank you.
And maybe check that microphone to make sure it is working. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As an introduction, I'm John Pryor. I'm the attorney for Mr. Daybell. And I'm from Idaho, and it's from Idaho. We decided. I want to talk to you a little bit today. And at my age, video presentations are not something that would come easy to me. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about my view of the case and the facts and evidence. And what's important are facts and evidence. I think that when we went through the jury selection process, we talked about facts and we talked about evidence. And the judge gave you an instruction to talk to you a little bit about you take into consideration not be distracted by other things. Don't be distracted by speculation. Don't be distracted by guesses or assumptions or hunches. It all comes down to facts and evidence. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the facts and evidence in this case. Chad Daybell, and I'm learning this, and I've had some time to learn about this because it didn't come natural to me. But Chad Daybell went on what's called a mission early on in his life. And I guess what a mission is, I'm not familiar with that, but I guess what a mission is they go away to a location and they talk to people about their religious beliefs. And Chad's faith, that was important as part of his faith. And when they return from these missions, they start the process of moving on with their lives. And when Chad got back from doing his mission in New Jersey, he met Tammy Daybell. Another fact that I discovered, and you'll hear a little bit about, is that Chad had an extended engagement, had an extended by his faith standards romance before they got married. Chad and Tammy dated for approximately 6 months. And what I understand is by their nature, 6 months is an extended dating process before you end up getting married. So after 6 months, they got married. They were married in Utah and proceeded then to have children. They have 5 children, now all 5 adult children. At some point, they moved back here to Idaho, or moved to Idaho, and they started a small publishing company. And you'll hear testimony that the publishing company was predominantly run by Tammy. Tammy managed it. Tammy was the brain behind the company. And Tammy basically took the reins and did everything that was necessary to move this publishing company. It was a small publishing company, a very small publishing company. And what they did is basically publish books. Chad would write these books. And he would write these books about his religious experiences. In his faith, he had certain beliefs. He went on his mission when he, read his interpretation of the books that he used for his faith. He books about things that were consistent with his faith. Things like premonitions. We've all heard of premonitions, about being able to predict things, about being able to see maybe when things happen. And some people believe in that, some people don't. Some people have personally experienced that, or I've been here before. But he writes about his premonitions. He writes about good and evil, and what it means to be good, and what it means to be evil. He writes about dark and light. He writes about subjects that are a little darker, like death, and maybe the coming of the end of things, and when his savior in his mind is going to come back, and maybe there'll be some kind of a redemption of some sort. But his books covered a lot of subjects like that, and they were all based on fiction. In other words, he was writing these books about theories and things that came into his head, and he would write these stories. But he also wrote children's books, and he wrote books for teenagers, and he wrote these books about adventures and then some crazy ideas about things that kids and teenagers get involved in. In about October of 2018, Chad was going out, and he was invited by one of the witnesses that you'll hear in this case to speak about his books. And this was not uncommon. He would travel, and he would be asked to say, well, come and talk about some of the things that you believe in. You've talked about these premonitions, some life experiences. You're going to hear testimony about that. And he was invited on one particular occasion in late October. And he attended this, and while he was there trying to sell his books, and like most of us who are business people, the focus of these meetings really was for Chad to try to get his books published, because that's how he made a living. And he was there in one of his booths trying to promote his books, and he laid them out there. And this beautifully stunning woman named Lori Vallow comes up. And she starts giving him a lot of attention. And she pursued him. And she encouraged him. And you'll hear testimony that she went so far as to grab behind the booth and sort of help him in trying to sell some of his books. She obviously had an interest, and maybe she felt that he was this publisher, or maybe she had an opinion. You'll hear testimony about that. And then after the seminar, there was a length of time where there was no contact between the two of them, a month and a half, 2 months. And during that time, Chad Daybell went on his day-to-day life. He'd been married to Tammy for some 29 years, has no remarkable background of any kind. I think the testimony will show I think he had a speeding ticket in 2005. Lori Vallow was someone who, right out of high school, married her first husband. You'll hear testimony about this. That marriage was very short-lived, very short-lived. She then married husband number 2 a few years later. And again, very short-lived marriage. And there's some testimony indication that there were some problems with the marriage that caused the breakup. But the concern seems to be, the theme seems to be that Lori's brother, Alex, and you're going to hear about Alex Cox. Alex Cox was Lori's protector. Alex Cox would do anything and everything to protect, aid, and assist Lori Vallow in whatever her endeavors, without unbridled question, anything. And if Alex Cox even perceived that there was a problem, Alex Cox reacted. You're going to hear testimony that in 2007, I believe it was in August of 2007, Lori Vallow had finished up going through her third marriage with Joseph Ryan. It was a tumultuous, you'll hear testimony that it was a tumultuous marriage, a terrible marriage. And Lori Vallow made accusations against Joseph Ryan of abusing their child, Tylee. Yes, the same Tylee. And during one of the visits in 2007, folks, and I want to tell you, you're going to hear testimony that in 2007, Chad Daybell didn't even know Lori Vallow existed. But Alex Cox, after one of the exchanges and the visitations with Tylee, Alex Cox approached Joseph Ryan and shot him with a taser and assaulted him. Was eventually charged with aggravated assault, was eventually put in jail, and had this on his record. And there was representation, the facts would suggest that at the time Joseph Ryan feared for his life. This was a serious situation. But it set the pattern for what we're dealing with Alex Cox. Whenever there was a problem or a threat to Lori Vallow, you'll hear testimony that Alex Cox came to the rescue. But without even question, it did whatever was necessary to solve Lori Vallow's problems. We're going to fast forward then to 2019. Lori Vallow is still married to Charles Vallow. And the prosecuting attorney mentioned this. Yes, Chad Daybell at that point, coming in January, February, started to have communications with Lori Vallow. And yes, folks, it turned into an inappropriate relationship. 2019 and forward. And yes, he was engaging in discussions. He was engaging in contact with her, all of the things that the prosecutor talked about in terms of a relationship. But subsequent to the seriousness of this relationship getting rolling, Alex Cox was at a visitation in 2019 with Charles Vallow. And Lori Vallow was there. Tylee Ryan was there. JJ was there. They were all present. And during that altercation and that supposed visit, much like with Joseph Ryan, Alex Cox took out a gun and shot Charles Vallow. And then after calling 911, he then finished the job and walked up to him at close range, finished him off. Now you're going to hear testimony that in some way Chad Daybell was implicated in that. And you're going to hear further testimony that he was going to hear testimony and see documentation that suggests that the prosecuting attorney on review of this indicated that there was no likelihood of conviction of Chad Daybell. You'll hear testimony that Chad Daybell had nothing to do with the execution by Alex Cox, Charles Vallow. And the same for Brandon Boudreaux. You will hear that Chad Daybell is not being pursued for any involvement in the Brandon Boudreaux attempted murder. Those occurred and those are separate, as well as the Charles Vallow. So what we have is we have a situation where someone who's 29 years old, Chad Daybell, 29 years of marriage with Tammy Daybell, no discernible issues in his life. And then Lori Vallow comes into the picture, Miss Texas. You'll hear testimony about this beautiful, vivacious woman, very sexual person, and very manipulative. And she knows how to get what she wants. And she drew Chad Daybell into a relationship, and an unfortunate relationship, that Chad fell into. After that, things started rolling, and issues started happening that eventually, yes, there was a murder and there was a burial. And you've heard discussion about the backyard of Chad Daybell. Well, we have a 4.5 acre farm. And you'll hear testimony that the body of J.J. Vallow was discovered behind an irrigation pond and a tree out in the pasture. So technically, yes, maybe the backyard, but more accurately described as the pasture, hidden behind a tree. You're going to hear testimony that also in the middle of this pasture was a raspberry patch, former raspberry patch, that was then turned into a place for them to bury the cats, the dogs, and all of the animals on the farm. Okay? Again, out in the pasture of the field and not the backyard. You'll hear testimony about that. You're going to hear from 4 experts that I'm going to bring forward. And these 4 experts, the first one is going to be Dr. Greg Hampikian. And Dr. Hampikian is a bit of a notable local from Boise State University. And Dr. Hampikian is a DNA expert, considered one of the best DNA experts. He's been involved and has significant work that he's done on both the defense and for the prosecution. He was involved and led the team with Amanda Knox in Italy that got her exonerated because of the DNA evidence. He has substantial experience. And anybody or anyone who knows anything about DNA goes to Dr. Hampikian first, because he is the guy. And Dr. Hampikian is going to talk a little bit about the DNA evidence that's found on the scene. Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk about the fingerprint on the plastic that J.J. Vallow was discovered in was that of Alex Cox. Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk about the hair sample that was found on the plastic of Alex Cox and that it was Lori Vallow. Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk about some plastic of J.J. Vallow. But he's also going to say that there was no DNA evidence, no hair sample of Chad Daybell on Tylee Ryan or on J.J. Vallow. You're then going to hear from Dr. Raven. Dr. Raven is a forensic pathologist, and she's going to talk a little bit about the circumstances surrounding Tammy Daybell. And what Dr. Raven is going to say is that there's no indication that this is either a homicide or any other crime, and that the only conclusion she could come to is you can't determine what the cause of death was. There's no way to determine it. Tammy Daybell was buried. You'll hear testimony about that. And then a short time later, the police officers showed up and they dug her body up after she'd been buried, after she was laid to rest, and then continued after the body was pulled out of the ground and examined it for whatever they were looking for. And what you're going to find is based on that, Dr. Raven's going to say you can't determine what the cause of death is. You're going to hear testimony from the Daybell children, from the children themselves, 4 of the 5 children, I think, three or 4 of the 5 children testimony. They're going to talk about their mother's health struggles. They're going to talk about their mother's use of various oils that she put on her leg, medicine and different herbs that she would take, and that her mother was suffering from, that their mother was suffering from a number of maladies, and that she would refuse to go see a doctor or get it treated. And Dr. Raven's going to enlighten you a little bit about some of the circumstances regarding Tammy Daybell. You're then going to hear from Patrick Eller. He's a forensic digital data examiner. And Patrick Eller is someone who has spent his life in the military working for various agencies, and we'll talk a little bit about that, within the government to do data retrieval and data research. And he's going to talk a little bit about the phone records that are involved in this case. He's going to specifically talk about the travels of Alex Cox, because you are going to hear testimony that Alex Cox went to Chad Daybell's property on the 9th of September. You're going to hear that Alex Cox approached Chad Daybell's property. A half a dozen others was there on the 23rd. And you're going to hear where Alex Cox was in a number of other times and places in his whereabouts and his travels for about a 2.5 month period. And Patrick is going to, offer you some information and data to support all of that. And his name is Eric Bartlink. And Mr. Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the nature and the nature of how the remains of Tylee were burned. Eric Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the lack of complete skeletal remains and why, when Tylee was dug down the ground, there was not a complete set of skeletal remains. In fact, there were a number of pieces of that were missing. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, and the judge has talked to us a little bit about not making a decision until you hear all of the evidence. And there's a specific jury instruction that talks about that. The jury instruction is, consider all the evidence. Listen to the seed. Listen to the arguments of the prosecuting attorney and the defense, And then and only then do you make your decision. And at the conclusion of all that evidence, at the conclusion of the judge's instructions, the arguments of both of the defense attorneys, I'm going to ask you folks to return the verdict not guilty. Thank you, folks. Thank you for your time.
All right, that concludes the opening statement of the defense. Then this time we will commence with presenting evidence. I understand the state does have a first witness to call. Is the state ready and prepared to do that?
Your Honor, the state is prepared. We had spoken with your clerk earlier that we're going to have a brief sidebar.
Okay, let's discuss our schedule and put there in sidebar. Sure. Council, thanks for discussing scheduling. Our intention here will be to start with a state's first witness that apparently will take some time. So we will plan on taking a lunch hour also at right around noon if possible. So Mr. Wood, are you going to be calling the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will be calling right here this evening.
All right, well, go ahead and call your witness. We'll have him come up and sworn.
Sir, before we please, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. Officer, as you testify, just remember to make the audible response to anything that's being questioned, so that the record stays clear, and try to avoid speaking over the top of anyone questioning you. With that in mind, then, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo. Is that on?
Your Honor, is that microphone on?
I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and start over and just talk right into the mic, please.
Detective, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo.
Thank you. Detective Hermosillo, what is your occupation?
I'm currently a lieutenant in the detective division for the Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you been a detective?
5 years.
And how long were you involved in law enforcement before you became a detective?
Before I was a detective, 18 years.
Have you worked for any other law enforcement agents certified?
I am.
Detective, have you been involved in the case regarding Chad Daybell?
Yes, I have.
You know what Chad Daybell looks like?
I do.
Is he present in this courtroom?
He is. He's at the defendant's table, for sure, in a low screen time.
Thank you. Detective, let's talk about how did you initially become involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Daybell?
On November 1st, 2019, I was contacted by Fremont County Sheriff's Office. I was told that there was possibly a Jeep that was involved in an attempted homicide in our jurisdiction. So at that time, with that information, I contacted Gilbert Police and asked what they needed us to do to assist them.
What did you do?
Gilbert Police asked us to seize the Jeep if it was located. They gave us the address of 565 Pioneer, which is Rock Creek Townhomes. They also asked us.
I'm going to stop real quick. Where is that address located? What city?
Rexburg.
What county is Rexburg in?
Madison County.
So once you received that address, what did you do?
Gilbert asked us to seize the Jeep if we had located the Jeep. They also asked us to perform intermittent surveillance. So at that time, that's exactly what we did.
When you say intermittent surveillance, what did you do to perform that surveillance?
When we were driving around, when there was no other calls coming in, we would park in front of the residents, behind the residents, take photographs of anybody leaving or coming in. That's basically what we did for the surveillance.
And do you recall what dates you did that surveillance?
The dates were between November 1st and November 4th when I located the Jeep at 565 Pioneer.
Did you ever see the defendant at that address?
I did. There were a few times during the intermittent surveillance that we had taken photographs of the defendant, Mr. Daybell, and Lori Vallow, either coming or going from the residence.
And that was between the dates of November 1st and November 4th.
Judge, could we have for the record have this officer established?
I'm sorry, 2019.
So, and did you when you talked about seeing Mr. Daybell, was that between those dates of November 1st and November 4th, 2019?
That's correct.
And your primary job was to look for a Jeep. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask that the witness be handed what's been marked, the state's exhibit 90. Very well, the court has a courtesy copy and counsel as well.
Mr. Wood, to clarify, it sounded like you said 90, this is 9A.
I believe it's 90. Double check.
Glad to see the exhibit, so I can confirm my voice. It's okay. Fine.
You're correct, Your Honor, 9A.
Thank you.
And that would be exhibits 9A through 90. Detective, do you recognize state's exhibits 9A through 9B?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
That is the Jeep that I had seized, parked in the parking lot just outside of 565.
Right. And were these pictures taken at the location of 565 Pioneer?
No, these photographs were taken at our impound lot at the police department.
Did you take these pictures?
I did not.
But do you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of the Jeep you seized from 565 Pioneer Drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the state's exhibits 9A through D be entered into evidence.
The objection from the defense.
Judge, I'd like to move on to your immediate action on the foundation.
All right, you can order or ask foundational questions, Mr. Pryor.
Officer Hermosillo, thank you. You mentioned that you were doing surveillance on the Jeep, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to get close to the Jeep during that surveillance?
We hadn't located the Jeep during that surveillance. I located the Jeep on November 4, 2019, and that's when I had it impounded.
Okay, and at the time of being impounded, did you have the occasion to go through the Jeep and observe the Jeep enter? Or were you relying just on the photographs taken in the Jeep? Do you understand my question?
No, sir. Can you
I'll
repeat it?
rephrase that. Did you have a personal occasion to go through the inside of that Jeep and observe the contents within the Jeep?
Your Honor, I think that goes beyond the scope of this specific exhibit.
I guess the issue, Mr. Wood, is he indicated he did not take these photographs, and some of the exhibits also contain photographs of the interior of the Jeep, so it's proper for dire negative objection.
Thank you. May I continue, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, all I'm trying to establish is I don't want you to be able to testify that, someone else took the pictures and this is what they found. I want you to be able, you're authenticating and you're under oath to swear that these are accurate photos. I'm trying to find out if that knowledge is based on your personal experience, or is it simply based on the fact that you're relying on somebody else who told you this is what we found? So that's what I'd like you to clarify for me, if you would, sir.
Sure. I impounded the Jeep. I was standing next to the officer taking the photographs, and I also went through the Jeep personally.
Okay, I withdraw the objection. Thank you, officer.
All right, exhibits 9A through D are admitted.
Thank you. May I publish to the jury?
You may want to have a quick sidebar with counsel.
Like a reporter?
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to proceed with publishing the court's instructions there on the sidebar, then you may publish any or all of the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor, and if I could have access to the album. Detective, is this what you saw in State's Exhibit A?
Yes,
Is this the Jeep that you had been assigned to do surveillance for?
that's right.
Did you ever learn who this Jeep belonged to?
I did.
Who did it belong to?
It was registered to Charles Vallow, but we later determined that Tylee Ryan drove that Jeep.
Detective, this is State's Exhibit 9B. Is this that same Jeep?
Yes,
That's all I'm gonna publish for now. All right, thank you. Detective, while you were doing your surveillance, you testified that you had occasion to see the defendant, Lori Vallow. Did you ever see children with her?
no, we didn't.
Did you ever see anybody else with them?
No.
That's good. Were you, at that time, were you aware of who J.J. Vallow was?
No,
Were you aware of who Tylee Ryan was?
no,
So when you spoke with, is it fair to say that when you were initially contacted by another law enforcement agency, they did not ask you to look for those children at that time?
that's correct.
Detective, did your role in this investigation change after that?
It did.
When did that happen?
After I had seized the Jeep November 4th, 2019, I contacted Gilbert Police and let them know I had the Jeep. Gilbert Police Department flew to Rexburg with a few of their detectives and a few of their crime analysts to go through the Jeep and serve a warrant with the Jeep. They were looking for the infotainment center, which is the middle of the Jeep console. It has the GPS locations, things of that nature, and they wanted the information extracted. So when they were up here on November 18th, 2019, they asked me and the other detectives if during our intermittent surveillance, if we had seen any children. And we told them we hadn't. They stated that JJ's grandmother.
Judge, I'm gonna object. I'm trying to be somewhat open-minded about foundation, but I'm gonna object.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, thanks.
So you did have further contact with law enforcement from Arizona, correct? And which law enforcement agency was that?
Gilbert Police Department.
And was it Gilbert Police Department that was looking for that Jeep?
Yes, it was.
When you followed up with them about the Jeep, did they give you any other information about their case?
They did.
Did any of that information regard children?
Yes, it did.
What were you told by Gilbert Police?
Judge, objection, hearsay.
Coming in for the effect on the listener, Your Honor.
Judge, could we approach?
No, give me a moment to make a ruling on that. I'll instruct the witness can answer the question, but for only the purpose of effect on the listener, if you can clarify that with your witness, Mr. Wood. Sure. And any objections overruled.
Detective, based on your conversation with Gilbert Police Did you take any action regarding any children involved in this case?
Yes, we did.
And for the purpose of what you did, what information were you given that you needed to look up on?
We were informed through their investigation that JJ Ballow's grandmother was concerned for his safety.
Judge, and again, I'm gonna object at this point to renew my objection. That's going beyond.
I'll also sustain that as bringing up her statements to what.
Okay. Based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, what was the next step you took in your investigation?
We were requested to do a welfare check on JJ Bellow from the Gilbert Police Department.
Detective, had you ever met JJ Ballo?
No.
Were you provided any identifying information as to his age or where he might be?
We were provided very little information, just a brief description of what he looked like, his age, and where he should be, which was 565. Sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, where he lived with his mother, Lori Bell.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 1.
Judge, I'm gonna stipulate to the admission of State's Exhibit 1.
All right, it's being offered, Mr. Wood.
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 has been offered without objection. The court will admit State's Exhibit 1.
And Your Honor, with that stipulation, I'd actually ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit 3 as well.
Further stipulate to State's Exhibit 2, stipulate to State's Exhibit 3.
Very well. Then, presuming they're being offered, State's Exhibits 2 and 3 are also admitted. And Mr. Wood, if they're going to be published, again, the same issue we discussed before today's.
That's all I'm doing about. Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 1?
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
That is a birth certificate out of the state of Louisiana.
Your Honor, where this is admitted, may I publish?
Yeah.
Detective, can you identify who this is a birth certificate for?
The name on my birth certificate is Keenan Todd Trahan,
What is the birth date?
May 25th, 2012.
And where is the place of birth?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Your Honor, if I may publish State's Exhibit 2.
You know.
Detective, I'm going to ask you to turn to the second page of State's Exhibit 2. Detective, what is State's Exhibit 2?
It's a decree of adoption.
And reading through that, are you aware of who that is a decree of adoption for?
Yes.
Who is it for?
Keenan Todd Trahan.
And on the bottom of that, can you read the second to the bottom paragraph? That exhibit.
The entire paragraph.
Yes, please.
It is further ordered, the judge and decreed that the name of the child, Canaan Todd Trahan, be changed as follows: Joshua Jackson Vallow, and the registrar of the Louisiana Department of Public Health and Statistics is hereby ordered to make the appropriate changes in its records.
May I publish States Exhibit 3 now?
Yes.
Detective, what is States Exhibit 3?
That is also a birth certificate from the state of Louisiana.
And who is the birth certificate for?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, have you learned what Joshua Jackson or JJ Vallow looked like?
Yes.
Have you seen pictures of him?
Yes, I have.
Were you able to access pictures of him from iCloud accounts associated with his mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, asked that the witness be handed States Exhibit 4.
All right, the witness is handed States Exhibit 4.
Detective, you testified that you never met JJ Vallow, correct?
Correct.
How did you come to know what he looked like?
Through photographs we were given.
Where did you get those photographs?
We received a few from Gilbert Police. His grandmother, Kay Woodcock. I think that's all I can remember.
And I spoke with you briefly before. Did you ever have occasion to review iCloud accounts belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And on those iCloud accounts, did you find other pictures of JJ Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And did you find videos of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, what does Exhibit 4 purport to be?
Photograph of JJ Vallow.
And you didn't take this picture, correct?
Correct.
But you recognize that individual as Joshua or JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
The objection. Judge, there's a little bit of foundation that I want to iron on.
No, so what's the source of that picture? Where did
Lori's iCloud, Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
Judge, can we approach just briefly on this issue?
based on our sidebar with council, I understand the defense does not have an objection at this point to exhibit 4 being submitted. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 4 then is submitted.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yeah.
Detective, who is that?
That's JJ Vallow.
Detective, you were talking about receiving a request to do a welfare check, correct?
That's correct.
When did you receive that request?
On November 25th, 2019, late evening hours, I received a call from Detective Pillar with the Gilbert Police Department. And he requested that.
Judge, I'm gonna object to this.
A request isn't hearsay.
At this point, I don't hear an objection on hearsay, so you see.
Can I repeat the question?
What did you do in response to that request?
On November 25th, 2019, I received a call from Detective Pillar, of the Gilbert Police Department. He requested that I do a welfare check on JJ Vallow the next morning because he wasn't able to get a hold of JJ or.
This is staying as hearsay.
Did you do a welfare check for JJ Vallow?
We did.
What date did you do that?
November 26th, 2019.
How did you go about doing that?
On that morning of November 26th, 2019, myself and Detective Daybell went to Lori Vallow's residence where we presumed JJ was at. She lived at 565 Pioneer, apartment 175. As we approached, expecting to speak with Lori, we noticed the defendant, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox unloading a pickup truck near the garage area.
And at this point, were you aware of who Chad Daybell was?
Yes.
How would you learn about him?
Through our investigation with Gilbert and communicating with Gilbert Police Department.
And so you recognized who he was?
Correct.
And at that time, were you aware of who Alex Cox was?
Yes, we were.
So after you saw them, what did you do next?
I got out of my vehicle and made contact with Alex. He was standing at the driver's side of his pickup truck, and the defendant Daybell was on the passenger side. I asked Alex if Lori Vallow was home, and he stated that she wasn't home. I asked Alex if JJ was home, that we were there to do a welfare check. And at that point, Alex got a surprised, frightened look on his face, looked over at across the pickup at the defendant Daybell. The defendant Daybell then looked back at Alex, and initially, neither one of them answered my question.
After they didn't answer your question, what did you do?
I asked them again if JJ was home, and Alex Cox finally answered and stated that JJ was with his grandmother in Louisiana.
When you were given that information, did it cause you any concern?
It did, because I informed Alex that it was highly unlikely because his grandmother.
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. We're gonna be getting into soon.
I'll sustain that.
Your Honor, I think the defendant's about to testify what he said to Alex Cox.
Okay, that's not what I understood where it was going. You can ask the question, Mr. Wood.
Detective, what did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely because Kay.
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is going to lead into hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a statement by a declarant on the witness seat. It cannot be hearsay.
overruled, and it is, permissible, so objection overruled.
What did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely that JJ was with his grandmother Kay because she was the one who called in the welfare check.
And what was the response to that?
There was no response initially. Alex again looked over at the defendant Daybell, and they kind of both just looked at each other. And at that point, I asked Alex where I could find Lori Bell.
And did he give you a location to find her?
He stated that she was in apartment 107, which is the same apartment complex, just a few apartments down.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I asked Alex if there was a way I could contact Lori and asked Alex for her cell phone number. And Alex told me that he didn't have her cell phone number.
So were you aware at that point that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were siblings?
Yes, through our investigation with Gilbert, we knew that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were extremely close. So when Alex told me he didn't have his sister's cell phone number, I assumed he was lying to me.
What did you do once you received that information?
Myself and Detective Hope left the defendant Daybell and Alex at the pickup truck. We went over to apartment 107 to see if we could make contact with Lori. At that point, we were just trying to find JJ Vallow.
And were you able to locate him at apartment 107?
No, we knocked on apartment 107, there was no answer. So at that point, Detective Hope began knocking on neighbors' doors, see if we could get a hold of anybody who would know if they saw a little boy coming in and out of that apartment or who resided at that apartment. And while Detective Hope was doing that, I started walking back to my vehicle to call for more detectives to come over to our location.
Why did you call for more detectives?
Because of the deception from Alex, I wanted to figure out what exactly was going on. And we were going to start canvassing the area and knocking on doors, so the more detectives we had on scene, the better it was for us.
Detective, to clarify, when you first saw Alex and Chad Daybell, did you speak with Chad Daybell?
No, I personally didn't.
So I believe you testified that you started walking back to the original.
Correct.
What happened then?
As I was approaching my car that was parked in the alleyway, I noticed the defendant Daybell driving towards me in a black Chevy Equinox. It appeared he had just left apartment 175 and was headed towards me in the alleyway. So at that point, I stopped him to have a conversation.
What did you ask him?
I asked the defendant Daybell, when's the last time you saw JJ Vallow? And he stated it was in October in apartment 107 with Lori Bell.
Did you ask him anything else?
I did. I asked him how he knew Lori, and he stated he had only met her a couple of times, and that he didn't know her very well.
Did that response cause any concern for you?
It did.
Why?
Through our investigation, prior to me making any contact with the defendant Daybell or Alex Cox, we knew that Chad and Lori had been married 2 weeks prior to my conversation with them in the alley.
So is it fair to say you were troubled by his gentleman? What happened after that?
I asked Mr. Daybell, excuse me, the defendant Daybell, if he had Lori Bellow's telephone number so I can get hold of her. And he stated he didn't have her phone number.
Did you have any further conversation?
I did. When I was speaking with the defendant, Daybell, Detective Hope saw me talking with him and started to walk back to my location. As he approached, I again asked the defendant, Daybell, for Lori's number because I assumed he was lying to me based on what I knew. And at that time, he did give me Lori's phone number.
Did he tell you why he didn't give it to you in the first place?
He did. He stated that he felt I was accusing him of something.
And had you accused him of anything?
I simply asked him the whereabouts of JJ and asked him for his wife's telephone number.
Detective, during this interaction, were you wearing a body cam?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
In the detective division, most of our interviews are in a controlled environment. We call people into the police department. We have an interview room set up with cameras. So most of the time we're conducting our business and our interviews at the police department. It's very rare we're the first officers or detectives on scene. There is one body cam between 7 detectives. Unlike patrol, where a patrolman is assigned a body cam, a detective is not assigned a body
What happened after you got that information from the defendant?
cam. I called my lieutenant at the time and told him what was going on. I felt that based on the deception and lies from the defendant, Daybell, who is JJ's stepfather, the lies and the deception from JJ's uncle, who is Alex Cox. I felt there was more going on with the whereabouts of JJ. And so at that time, I wanted to get everybody over there to see if we could figure out what was going on. So I asked my lieutenant to gather some detectives and respond to my location.
And then what happened?
A few minutes later, my lieutenant arrived with Detective Dave Stubbs, who had a body cam at that point. We began knocking on doors. We went back to 175, which was Lori Bellow's apartment, and started knocking on her door and didn't get any answer.
And I apologize if I missed it. Who was your lieutenant?
Ron Ball.
All right, so after you weren't able to get any answers, what did you do next?
Through our investigation, we learned that Lori Bellow's niece, Melanie Boudreaux, it was Melanie Pulowski, Melanie Boudreaux at the time, it's now Melanie Pulowski. She lived in apartment 174, which is right next door to Lori. So at that point, we knocked on her apartment as well to see if Lori or JJ was at that apartment.
Did anybody answer?
No, they didn't.
What did you do next?
I was instructed to go back to the police department, go to the prosecutor's office to see if we can obtain a search warrant to search the residence for JJ Vallow, while the other detectives stayed on scene and started knocking on doors in that complex. At that point, our only focus was to find JJ and to figure out what was going on. So we were going to exhaust every means that we could to see if we could do that. And that's why I went to the prosecutor's office to see if I could obtain a search warrant.
And did you obtain a warrant that day?
No.
Why not?
On the way to the prosecutor's office, Detective Hope, with the number that the defendant Daybell provided, called that number. There was no answer, but he left a message. Once we got to the prosecutor's office, Lori Vallow called back, and she was instructed to open the door. There were detectives outside of her door that wanted to speak with her.
And are you aware of any detectives were able to make contact with her that day?
Yes, they did.
Do you know who that was?
Detective Stubbs and Detective Ball.
And you had mentioned earlier that Detective Stubbs had a body cam on, correct?
Correct.
And do you know if their interaction with Lori Vallow was recorded?
Yes, it was.
Have you watched that video?
Yes, I have.
At that point in your investigation, what did you do?
After
Detectives Ball and Stubbs had spoken with Lori Vallow, what did you do? What did you do next?
we were informed that JJ was with a family friend.
Judge, I'm going to object if there's any comments.
Sustain that.
Detective, did you speak with Detectives Ball and Stubbs about their interaction with Lori that day?
Yes,
Did you speak with them that day?
yes,
Did you watch the body cam of their interaction with Lori Vallow that day?
yes, I did.
So you're aware of what she said to them.
Correct.
Based on what she said to them, what did you do next in your investigation?
We attempted to locate the family friend to see if JJ was with her in Gilbert, Arizona.
And do you know who that family friend was?
Melanie Gibb.
Were you able to contact them?
I was not.
Did you have any interaction with Arizona law enforcement day about contacting Melanie Gibb?
I did. It was starting to get into the later hours of that evening. So I contacted Detective Pillar with Gilbert Police Department. And I had him go to Melanie Gibb's residence to see if JJ was there. Ultimately, we learned he was not there.
About what time did you learn that JJ was not with Melanie Gibb?
Roughly 9 o'clock at night.
And what did you do when you found out that he was not there?
I contacted Lieutenant Wall and let him know. And we agreed to meet at the prosecutor's office that next morning early to obtain search warrants for those apartments.
Okay, and just for clarity of the record, which apartments are you talking about?
Apartment 175, which belonged to Lori Vallow, 174, which belonged to Melanie Boudreaux, and apartment 107, because that's the last time JJ was seen based on the defendant Daybell's statements.
Detective, were you able to obtain those warrants?
Yes, we were.
What did you do? Well, what day did you obtain those warrants?
November 27th, 2019, in the early morning hours.
And on that day, did you execute those warrants?
We did.
Let's talk about that. Where did you search first?
We searched apartment 175 first.
Was there a reason you searched there first?
That was his address that we were given from Gilbert Police Department, and that's where his mother lived.
What did you find in apartment 175?
So initially, when we broke down the door, everything looked ordinary. There were couches, there were papers on the table, there was food in the refrigerator, food in the pantry. We went upstairs, there were beds, pictures. Everything seemed that people lived there. The thing that caught our attention was there were no clothes on the hanger in any of the closets. Zero clothes. Just a bunch of empty hangers hanging there like somebody took the clothes off and left.
Did you locate JJ in that apartment?
No.
Did you see any evidence whatsoever to suggest that he had been living there?
Yes, we did. There were a couple things. We located a child's Star Wars suitcase underneath a little crawl space under the stairs. It was mixed in with some, what I can best describe as 72-hour kits, and the kits had like flashlights, flares, water. The suitcase was mixed in with those. We also found an old prescription bottle prescribed to JJ of Risperidone. And there were miscellaneous photographs of JJ in the residence.
And did you see any other evidence of any minor children?
No. Correct. We did. When we first went inside, there were some scooters and a small child's, looked like a small child's bike right on the porch.
Okay. Did you seize anything from the home that day?
We did, I seized the Risperidone and the suitcase.
After you searched apartment 175, what did you do next?
We searched 174, which was Melanie Boudreaux's apartment. Everything appeared normal in there. There were no signs of JJ or anything that he was even there. We also searched apartment 107, and that was completely vacant. There was nothing in apartment 107.
Did you seize anything from apartments 174 or 107?
We seized, in apartment 174, we seized some cash, large amounts of cash that were found in the closet. And the only reason we seized those were for safekeeping, because we had kicked the door in there as well, and it wasn't able to lock, so we took that.
Did you locate any weapons in any of those apartments?
So in apartment 175, when we were searching the garage area, we located several different style weapons, handguns, rifles, various calibers, army knives, a lot of different weapons that were inside the garage.
And why did you seize those?
Again, for safekeeping. That apartment didn't lock. And so we took those so it wouldn't be stolen.
Did you find any evidence that JJ Ballard had been in apartment 174?
No.
Did you find any evidence that JJ Ballard had been in apartment 107? No. Did you search any other building that day?
We did. In apartment 175, we located a storage unit rental agreement contract. And on that storage unit contract was the name Lori Ryan. It had listed her as the tenant, and it listed the storage unit number as T52, and it gave an address of self-storage on Airport Road in Rexburg. So with that information, we were able to obtain a search warrant for that storage unit as well.
And did you participate in the search of that storage unit?
Yes, I did.
What did you find there?
There were a few bikes, children's bikes. There were boxes of winter clothing, some ice skates. There wasn't a lot in the storage unit. There was a personalized, like a family blanket, a big blanket with family photos that were kind of sewn onto the blanket. Those photos had JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and their sibling Kobe Ryan. There were pictures of Lori Vallow. But other than that, there was nothing else really in the storage unit.
When you performed these searches, were you looking for Tylee Ryan?
No.
So to your knowledge, she hadn't been reported missing.
That's correct.
Your Honor, if I could have a brief step by.
Yes.
Mr. Wood, I understand this would be a good breaking point in this testimony for the lunch hours, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Before we do that, again, I will just advise the jurors, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else over the break. In addition, for those in the courtroom, we will be closing the courtroom, I believe, during the lunch break. So things you have in here will need to go with you. We'll reopen upon the conclusion of the lunch break, and we'll still be under the court's governing order for courtroom conduct when we return. So thank you everyone for complying with that. With that in mind, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess now.
All rise.
Did he say how long it was?
Reported a blue car speeding down a New Mexico highway. However, shortly after pulling them over, he was shown that this was going to be one of the most... The driver had...
To help you, so I suggest you go that way. For the third time I'm asking you, are you going to get off? No? I need you to...
Stand up. The woman aggravated DWI, abuse of child, 2 counts of battery on an officer, 3 counts of obstructing an officer, and multiple other driving and misbehavior charges. The only thing it feels like she didn't do was attempt to way after. But luckily, this girl had her covered on that front.
Stop!
Hi, how you doing?
Was I speeding?
No, you don't have your back lights on.
They don't turn on. They're automatic. These are auto lights that come on.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's on right now.
Okay.
It only...
You don't have any way to turn them on?
My back lights?
Yeah, so like a lot
when
of times...
I brake?
No, like your tail lights just aren't on at all. So when you brake your lights will activate, but like when you're just driving on the road regularly.
These are just auto lights. I don't really know how to fix that.
Already the way this girl is talking is a little suspicious. She seems louder than you'd expect and occasionally talks over the officer without realizing it, but it's a little too early to call at this point. However, after just a couple minutes, the cop notices an all too familiar scent in the car.
And have you guys been drinking?
No.
No, nobody's been drinking at all? Okay.
She just got off at Jim's.
Okay, it smells like alcohol in the car, that's why I'm asking. Okay. So if
We don't have any alcohol in the car.
I know. I'm saying if you have been drinking, it smells like somebody's been drinking. So that's why I'm asking.
Okay.
All right. So you haven't had, none of you have had anything
We
to
were
drink?
at a party.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, just give me 1 sec. I'm going to be right back with you, okay?
Okay.
You can tell that they're the ones in the one in the back seat's drunk for sure. And I tried to explain to the driver that I was like, somebody's been drinking in this car. And they're like, no, we haven't been drinking. So
They refuse evidence or something?
no, I didn't even ask because they just kept going off on, they kept telling me a bunch of stupid information that I didn't need to know. And the chick was like, oh, well, I don't have my ID on me. So she gave me her name and date of birth. Yeah.
In this situation, it would have been far smarter for the girls in the back to admit they were drunk, as all lying did was make the cops suspicious. Remember, drinking is not a crime of its own, but driving drunk is. So if the scent was coming from the girls in the back, that would explain everything. But now the cop is worried that the driver is lying too, and heads back to see if he's right.
So JD, you said you had nothing to drink tonight, right?
No.
Okay. Would
None
you
of
mind
us-
just doing a few tests for me? to
None
see?
of us, but you pulled me over for lights. Isn't that a warning?
No, it can be a ticket.
I've gotten pulled over for my lights not being on, and I've sworn every time that's a warning.
It's a violation, so you can write somebody a ticket for it.
So my lights didn't come on in the back.
I
What do you
explained
mean
that to
by
you. They weren't on.
what is that like? What do you mean by lights?
Your lights were not on in the back.
When
That
I
means that
braked?
nobody could see you when you were driving down the road if they were behind you. Okay, you haven't had anything to drink, right?
No, I
Okay.
mean we went to a party, but I don't think that anything that we were like containing or anything like that has us under the influence as being drunk.
Okay.
Now that's a convincing argument, but the cop still has to do his due
But they didn't have anything to drink, right?
diligence and put her through the same field sobriety tests which you've all likely seen before. The horizontal gaze test, the walk and turn, and the one-leg stand. But when he finds out the driver was only 20 years old, he realizes he has to head to the breathalyzer test. Remember, anyone under the age of 21 is prohibited from drinking at all before driving, so she has to blow absolute zero in order to head home tonight. But the officers could have never expected this turn of events.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm very nervous. I just peed my pants. Is it possible I can go to the bathroom or just pee behind a bush?
There's no restroom open.
All right, so do me a favor. All right.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right.
I really have to go to the bathroom.
It's okay. All right. Can you just blow into this until it clicks? No, hang on. Just a nice steady breath, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead. All right, hang on. You gotta.
I'm sorry, I'm literally
It's
going
okay.
to the bathroom
It's okay.
right now.
So I can give you a second.
Can I just go pee? Really? You can come with me. You can literally come with me. I don't care, but I really have to go to the bathroom.
Okay. I mean, if you absolutely can't hold it, we can make that work, I guess.
She can come with me, but I'm literally
Okay.
peeing my pants right now.
Okay. All right. She can go with you.
A couple minutes later, the girl returns to finally take the breathalyzer test.
We'll get this set up again for you.
Okay.
Yeah, just blow in this nice steady breath until it clicks, okay?
It's like,
Yep. We're at a 0.103. Okay.
0.103. What does that mean? Under 0.8?
That means you're over the legal limit.
Okay.
Okay. So you do have to be placed under arrest.
Okay.
Okay. Put your
So
hands
are you
behind
gonna
your back for me.
take them home?
They're getting picked up. So
Okay.
okay. I appreciate you being cooperative.
Yep.
After blowing just over the legal limit, the girl is placed under arrest and the cop thanks her for being cooperative. But it seems that he may have spoken too soon, because just moments later, for some absurd reason, she does this.
Is it possible you can come pee with me again?
What's that?
I don't need a female officer to watch me. I don't want to pee my pants again. You come with me outside. You can follow me.
We're literally going to the police department. It's like a mile away.
I'm peeing on your seat.
Right now?
Oh my God.
Hang on. Don't get out. Don't get out. There's a car coming.
No way. No way.
Get out of the car!
No way.
Get out of the car!
Stop.
Hey, 6, we got one taking off on us. She's trying to drive away.
Wow.
Fuck, out of the car! Get out of the car! You're gonna get tased!
Yeah, okay. Okay.
You're gonna get fucking...
Okay. Ow! 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 Ow!
Okay.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Where's your body kill?
I don't know.
It's impossible to know what's going through somebody's mind when they do things like this, because all the girl did was take this from a little embarrassing to downright humiliating. She was dragged out of her own car in handcuffs in front of all her friends. For the next 5 minutes, she sat on the ground complaining about various injuries she apparently sustained in the scuffle. But when the EMT arrived, they concluded she was in perfect health. So instead of driving back home that night, she was taken to the police station where she was charged with felony aggravated battery, resisting an officer, DUI, and attempting to elude an officer. She was sentenced to 92 days in jail and 2 years of probation.
Wow. 3 months in jail. I think she needed more than that. That was crazy. She should have just kept cooperating the first time.
but at least she went quiet after being put in cuffs for good. This next woman was so entitled, she thought she was completely above the law and could do whatever she wanted.
I don't want to touch you.
30-year-old Karina was kicked off an aeroplane for attacking the employees. When the cops arrived, she fled to the airport bathroom. But what happens is nothing short of insane.
Are you okay?
No.
Okay, well, I'm here to help you. What airline are you flying with?
Obviously, no airline. I was a boss of airlines tonight. Y'all just I need, bro, because I didn't want to make a scene for y'all.
Karina claims she's being harassed and was treated unfairly by the airplane staff. She says she wasn't aggressive at all, but she did politely get off the plane because she didn't want to make a scene. The cops spend the next few minutes trying to convince Karina that if she's nice enough, she might be able to reason with the airline and get her seat back on the plane. This at least gets her out of the stall, but she starts to be less cooperative when the cops start to ask her this question.
Did you have anything to say today? Is that against the law? No, that's
Do I
what
need a
I'm
lawyer?
asking. No.
I'm gonna call a lawyer.
For what?
Before I answer any more questions, I'm gonna call a lawyer.
Did you have anything to eat today?
I'm gonna call a lawyer. Before
You
I
have
answer
anything
any
to eat?
questions, I'm gonna call a lawyer.
Did you have anything to eat today?
I'm gonna call a lawyer.
Have you eaten today?
Talk to my lawyer about it.
Okay. You haven't had anything to eat today?
Talk to my lawyer.
You take medication?
Talk to my lawyer.
Are you flying?
Talk to my lawyer.
Are you going to Georgia?
Talk to my lawyer.
Atlanta?
Talk to my lawyer.
Okay.
Her slurred speech and extremely awkward state of mind basically answer this question for us. So the cops decide to speed things up and put her in cuffs. Karina is then walked out to a patrol car, but before they can even get there, her attitude goes from bad to...
She is so dumb. She wasn't under arrest. And she was just like, talks to my lawyer. Dude, if you would have just answered their questions, you probably would have got back on the airplane. Now you're going to jail.
to worse, and she starts to become violent.
I really don't feel comfortable.
I'm standing right
No, I don't want him touching me. I literally, he's on a power play mode. I don't want him touching me. I don't want him touching me. I don't want him touching me. I said I don't want him touching me. I don't feel comfortable with him. No, I don't want you touching me.
Hey, Karina, you promised to be good. We'll let you stand back up.
You want to
but
stand
I
up?
need you to say that you're not going to kick my officers, okay?
Yes, Daddy, I promise. Daddy, I'll be a good girl.
All right, Karina, can you walk for us?
I don't want him touching me. I said I don't want him touching me.
What don't you understand? What don't you
understand?
Do not
kick the officers.
Do not kick an officer.
Okay, so I female officers, let's work like ass. That's a simple
Do not
thing.
kick an officer.
Okay, I don't want him touching me.
Do you understand?
No, he touched me inappropriately.
Do you understand?
No, he touched me. I won't.
Is she here?
Call my lawyer.
Even getting Karina into a patrol vehicle seems to be a massive task for the officers as she continues to not cooperate.
No, give me my phone.
You'll get your phone when you get there.
I just I'm going to hold
Step
it.
into the car.
Do not. Call my dad.
Golly.
Karina was eventually brought back to the station where her prints were taken and her charges read. She was hit with assaulting a public servant, public intoxication, and resisting arrest, and will likely be spending at least the night in jail to sleep the alcohol off. Karina's lawyer never showed up, and the same goes for the next case, but unfortunately for the suspect, somebody much, much worse showed up.
You know what you've done? You're going to jail.
On February 21st, 2022,
Oh my gosh, we saw this one already. Remember? She thinks her dad's going to get her out and he doesn't.
police pulled over a Tesla after receiving a reckless driving report, but it was clear the driver had no intention of sticking around to get their ticket.
Hey, hey! Victim, I'm in Tesla's here. Just took off.
Turn off the vehicle! Sheriff's office!
The Tesla decides to pull over at this stop sign instead. The driver then starts to talk with the officer, but it's clear she's more than a little confused.
Hold that! Stay in the vehicle!
Fifth 11, she's getting out. Come here. Come here. Stand in front of my patrol vehicle right now. Right now. Ma'am.
Sorry, what are you accusing me of?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
you need to come over here right now.
Why?
Because I'm telling you to. You're running from me.
I did not. I'm right here.
This is already one of the strangest traffic stops this officer will have ever made, and it's only about to get weirder.
Fifth 11, she's refusing to comply. Get out of the vehicle.
You got me, bro. I own this.
Actively resisting. Get out of the vehicle.
Oh my gosh.
She's taking off. 5011, I'm in pursuit again. We're stopped again. Turn off the vehicle. Sheriff's office.
Stop me over. Oh my God, Dad! They're arresting
Stop
me!
resisting.
No, dude! What are you doing?
Don't fucking resist.
What are you doing? You didn't even know me. Guys, they're arresting me!
No,
Dad! They had me on the floor! Dad! I don't know what I did! What am I doing?
Footage like this can often feel distressing until you realize it's caused by nothing other than the suspect's own incompetence. This girl intentionally ignored order after order from the officer and fled the scene multiple times. If she doesn't know what she did wrong, that's entirely her fault. Maybe that's the reason she's screaming for her father so much, something she continues to do long after being detained.
No, this is what happens when you flee and then you kick me.
I didn't flee and I didn't kick you.
So those lights and sirens mean nothing? We're just out
Can
here.
I call my father?
No.
He owns the island.
5011, you can
Okay.
release her.
Call my father.
I'm not calling your dad.
Then what are you
How
gonna
old
do?
are you? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay, 24. We don't need to call your dad.
You could have killed someone.
Yes, you.
Yeah, I could have killed you too, but you're alive, right?
Something is clearly very wrong with this girl. Whether it's alcohol, drugs, or simply an incredibly corrupt worldview, the cops aren't sure, but they're bent on finding out.
Wait, what's happening?
I have a
Why?
she's
What did
sick
I do?
one, I can smell it.
Yeah, I know.
What did I do?
You ran from me.
You ran. Two.
Ran from what?
Him. How much? You know what? I'm not even going to ask you any questions. All right, you got her. I'm going to go ahead and pat her down.
Yeah.
Please call my dad.
No, listen.
No, I need my dad here before you do anything to me.
That's not how this works. You're 24 years old.
I don't care.
Do you want to participate in standard field sobriety exercises to dispel my belief that you're driving under the influence?
Yes, of course I'm not. I'm not driving. I've
Ma'am,
been clean.
you need to listen to
I've been clean for 3 years.
All the signs are pointing to a break in this girl's sobriety streak. She's confused, distressed, and almost delirious. Just take a look at her expression and behavior as the cop tries to explain how horribly she's been acting.
Ma'am, the amount of lives that you just put at risk is ridiculous. Okay? I have no sympathy for you right now. You could have easily killed someone. There are little kids that live in this neighborhood. The fact that you would run from me.
Walk up on him like that again.
You do not know how lucky you are you didn't kill someone.
That's how you got your empathy, right?
All right, I don't know if we can do it if she's resisting.
Yeah, no. Dad!
Despite briefly turning into a zombie, she's still able to yell for her father, who miraculously has now decided to turn up. But before they're able to talk to him, they want to secure the girl in their patrol vehicle, a task that turned out to be much harder than they expected.
Get in.
Dad!
We got resisting and violence.
You didn't tell me why you're bringing me in the car.
Because you were going to jail.
Why?
Are you gonna calm
Because you
down
could
if
have
talk to
killed
your dad?
someone.
Yes, please let me talk to my dad, please. Please, let me talk to my dad, please.
She's obviously not going down easy, so the cops decide to finally let her talk to her dad to calm her down. But things went down totally differently to what they expected.
You have to calm down.
Well, why are they?
Copy 7275 You've been drinking, and you were speeding. And now the way you've acted, you've gotten yourself in a deep hole, and they're going to take you to jail. So calm down. Calm down. There's nothing I can do. Just see why. Calm down. I'll get down there and see you. I'll try to get down there tonight. But you can't start acting out. It's just going to get worse.
What did I do?
You know what you've done.
Dad, why are they upset?
You don't need to ask why. You don't need to do anything except know that you're going to jail and go deal with this. Stop. Just do it different way.
Why am I going to jail?
Because you were speeding, you ran stop signs.
Where was I speeding?
Well, that's probably
1429. Well, do they know?
Often these rich entitled kids are the way they are because of their irresponsible parents. But with a father that acts like this, it's difficult to imagine how she ended up this way. Either way, after a conversation with her father, the girl calmed down and was taken to jail, where she was slapped with charges for DUI, reckless driving, fleeing police, and resisting arrest with violence. There seems to be a common trait of these entitled girls driving drunk because...
Wow, that was crazy. Do y'all remember watching that?
That's exactly what this next girl got caught doing. But she did a much worse job of hiding it.
Stop screaming.
And tell him to give me my phone. You know who the I am. We have dealt with this shit. Give me my phone.
Stop screaming, ma'am.
Okay, well, tell him to stop with me. Leave me alone. I hear your dog. I know who the you are.
Okay, well,
trust me.
Who am I then?
Then you, I've dealt with you and your partner when you
So
dealt
stop
with.
screaming right
Okay, then tell him to leave me the alone.
This girl was approached by a bar owner after he spotted her trying to drive away after drinking far too much. As you can tell, she was not too happy with this and started to get extremely angry with the owner, who proceeded to call the cops.
You're not going to drive.
So who's gonna drive me?
I don't know. You need to get an Uber or something like that.
You
Drunk
wanna
and
follow?
you're not going to drive.
I'm not drunk at all.
Okay.
Do you want to follow me home?
No, I can smell the alcohol coming off.
Why don't you follow me home? We've already dealt with each other before. Just follow me home.
Well, you're under the influence, and we're not going to follow you home. You need to find a ride.
This is ridiculous, dude. This is hilarious. No, I'm gonna get my phone. I'm trying to get my phone.
You just about fell into me.
No, I didn't. I'm gonna get my phone.
Okay.
Is that okay? Or are you gonna shoot me? Are you gonna shoot me?
Your keys aren't in there. Okay.
My keys are not in there. Are you gonna shoot me when I get my phone on that shit?
Put your hand behind your back.
Behind my back for what?
You're under arrest for disorderly conduct.
Before-
Persistent.
Arrest me. You trying to
You're under
arrest
arrest
me?
right now.
Arrest me then. Arrest
You are
me.
under arrest.
Arrest me. Please arrest me.
This girl went down much easier, but continued to kick off after being put in cuffs.
Have a seat in there.
Have a seat.
Have a seat.
No, not until I know.
No.
Right now you're under arrest, okay? You
You're
need to have
gonna
a
get
seat
a
in
charge
this car
of
before
resisting
you get
arrest.
additional charges.
Hey,
Have a seat in
Jim.
this
Get in the
car.
car.
Get more
1-3.
Get in the If you get in the car, you can tell him.
Stay over there. Okay.
Put your
We'll
feet
talk
in.
to you in a second. Just hang out up there.
Put your feet in.
Watch your knees.
No, not until I know
Put
when
your
I
feet
can
in.
get. Not until I know when I can get my shit done.
Put your feet in.
I don't care.
After being taken back to the station, the girl was charged with disorderly conduct and taken to court, where she pleaded guilty. She was fined $100 for the trouble she caused. At least she didn't end up becoming violent, though. A stark contrast to the actions of this girl from Georgia. At around 4 a.m. on the 11th of August, 2021, 3 officers were called to an apartment complex on a disturbance call. When they arrived, they found 3 women outside. Things started to escalate quickly.
Girl, don't play with me. Fuck wrong with you, girl. Bitch, I don't give a fuck. Bitch, I don't give a fuck.
It's 4 o'clock in
Girl,
the morning. We're
bitch,
not
I
yelling
don't
back and
care. Bitch, I don't care. It don't matter about no going back and forth. She's grown as fuck.
Okay,
Fuck
well-
wrong with you, yeah. Man, girl, I
Go
don't,
stand over
man,
here.
sir, don't
Go
tell
stand
me
over
what I
here.
do. Don't tell, sir,
Yes,
don't
I'm
tell
telling
me
you
what
what
I
to do.
do.
Because right now
Sir,
I'm telling you what to
sir,
do.
I'm not locked up and I'm not doing nothing illegal. Don't tell
You
me
are
what
doing
to do.
something
No,
illegal.
what I'm doing.
You
what
are.
I'm doing.
You are being disorderly right now.
Baby, I'm not being illegal. The
This
same man
is
that's coming.
disorderly.
No, baby, no, I'm not.
All right, well, let's step by this car.
Oh.
Well, then sit down.
No,
Then
I
go
don't
stand
have
right
to
there.
sit down. I don't have to
Come
sit
sit
down.
right here.
I don't sit No, this is my baby. This is my
Now
right.
you're right.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, baby. I don't have to wait. 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't do.
I can tell you what to do. Yes, I can.
No, you cannot. I called you out here, baby. You cannot tell me what to do.
This girl seems to be unaware of the fact that, at least when you're breaking the law, the cops are completely allowed to tell you what to do. If she doesn't realize this quickly, she might end up in a bad situation.
Stop acting like you can do something.
I can.
Okay,
I can 100%.
You cannot, baby. You cannot. Stop acting like you can do something because I'm not doing nothing to violate. Yeah, keep that. Keep that, and I will record. And I'm going to record.
And I'm recording you.
But there.
You need to relax.
I don't need to record, baby, nothing. But you keep telling me I need to relax. Relax off of what? Relax off of what?
Because you can go to jail for disorderly conduct.
Okay, disorderly conduct, but what am I doing?
You're yelling at 4 in the morning.
It's 4 in the morning and you're drunk.
Yes,
They
sir.
just
Yes, it
told
does.
you.
Well, okay, well, do the blood test, make me walk, and do everything else.
Have to.
Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You called up for response. That doesn't matter. It does, and I'm recording this right now. It
That's
doesn't
fine.
matter.
It's recorded as well.
It doesn't matter.
You're acting very
no,
You have to stop talking for a second.
She's just trying to go to jail. Is what she's trying
Yeah,
to do.
that's what she's trying to do. Not let her stress you out. I don't give a damn.
Like, why are you talking to the officers like they came out to save you?
Oh, God.
There's obviously been a disagreement with the two other girls at the house, but they're completely fine with sending her on her way and letting her sleep this off. But for some reason, this girl just wants to keep pushing buttons and making things worse.
Make sure you have my money.
Disorderly
Okay,
conduct.
I'm walking off your premises. No, I'm going to jail for what?
Yeah,
For disorderly conduct. Make sure
swing at me.
I'm not swinging at you. Make sure you have my phone. Make sure you have my phone. Make sure you have my phone. And I'm walking to the car. Man, I'm walking to your car. I'm walking to your car. I'm walking to your car. Don't fucking set me up. Don't fucking set me up, bitch. You going to jail? Oh, I won't you, you dumbass bitch. Fuck won't you, oh? Don't fucking jacking me, bitch. Stop jacking me, ho. Stop fucking jacking me, bitch. Stop jacking me, ho. Stop jacking me, bitch.
Wow.
Man, ho ass ho. Fuck won't you, bitch.
Get in.
Bitch. Fuck. Man, oh, man, what's up? Bitch.
Oh.
As you'd expect, the girl went straight to jail after this, where she was charged with 1 count of disorderly conduct and 1 count of felony obstruction. But none of these girls so far have done much else than cause a scene or drive while drunk. But that's all about to change with the case of Courtney Clenny, a woman so delusional, she ended up murdering her own boyfriend. On the 3rd of April, 2022, Miami police received a terrifying phone call.
I can't get my arm. I can't feel my arm. Oh, my boyfriend is dying of a stab. Ma'am, what is the address? 134 Northeast 7th Ave. Baby, I'm so sorry.
27-year-old Christian Toby Abumseli was bleeding out in his girlfriend's lap with a brutal stab wound to the chest. When police arrived, pools of blood were found all over the apartment, and Toby was barely clinging to life. OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny had met Toby back in 2020. The two seemed to be deeply in love, but behind closed doors, things were completely different. The couple were known to have violent fights, and the police were even called multiple times to their apartment. But their biggest argument would take place in April of 2022 and result in Toby bleeding out and begging for his life. Courtney told police she had nothing to do with it, but police thought differently. So she was brought in for questioning, and a 5-hour-long interrogation began.
My apologies for being absolutely covered in blood.
Listen, you don't have to apologize, okay? I completely understand. All right? Things happen, and you can't control it. Okay? How long have you guys been together?
About 2 years.
About 2
A
years?
year and a half to 2 years, yeah. Is he okay?
He's still at the hospital. They're still,
I know.
Monitoring him and talking to him. So we're waiting.
Oh my God! So he didn't even have to have surgery.
Well, I don't know. They're still doing X-rays and stuff like that. So I don't know yet. I'm waiting to hear a response.
That's all I have to know. Thank
Okay.
God.
The detectives tell Courtney that Toby is in the hospital, but alive. Detectives are usually unaware of how a suspect will react to certain information, so it's often safest to open by easing any worries they may have and talking in a non-accusatory manner. This makes the suspect feel more relaxed and more likely to open up.
We just got back together. I had broken up with him, and then he came back the last like 2 nights, and then started like into an argument, and I ended up getting scared, and I think that I overreacted, or not overreacted necessarily, but reacted, and I just didn't know exactly what might happen.
Do you guys work here in Miami, or do you guys have your own business?
I do social media, so I'm an influencer, I guess is what.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I'm an influencer.
What do you focus on, like Instagram or social media?
Instagram, LinkedIn.
And what is it that he does?
Stocks and crypto.
Stocks and crypto.
He just has stocks and goes to crypto. We were gonna move into a house.
Mm-hmm.
So have an apartment, and then we were like, maybe just move here for a year. And then once we got here, we were like, no, this is dope.
Yeah.
So we have the dog picked out. It's a golden retriever. We're gonna name Mellow. So we're gonna get a house. So we can have a backyard. Because I have 2 dogs, and then we're gonna have 3. So we're planning on staying here for a while. Sorry.
Once again, you don't have to apologize.
The detectives can tell Courtney is in a vulnerable state, but at the end of the day, they're there to solve a crime. Courtney's being investigated for stabbing Toby, and the only defense she's given so far is that there was an argument and things got out of hand. If Courtney did in fact do what she's being accused of, being forced to think about her past and future with Toby would really be messing with her emotions, causing her to become more vulnerable and hopefully lead to an easy confession.
Let's start from the start. You guys were supposed to take out your dogs to the park, right? And then what happened after that?
Like I said, a little bit before, I was doing laundry and tried to call my mom. She didn't answer the first time. And then he left. I guess he went to go bike over there. That's just what he said. I don't know if he walked or biked, but he told me he's going to bike first.
Like a bicycle?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he came back with a Subway sandwich, and I said something about like, oh, are you gonna like reshare your location with me, like to share it? And he said, yeah, I shared it. And I was like, oh, when did you do that? And he goes, the other day, like when you were done with me. And I was like, okay, well, fair enough, like reshare it. And then he told, it kind of like turned into like a little like argument or something. And then he told me to reshare mine, and I was like, okay, yeah, I will. And then I didn't do it immediately. He asked me about it again, and I don't know what I was thinking, but it just said something about, well, what if I'm somewhere you don't want me to be? Which I wouldn't have been. I love him, but maybe you don't want to know where I am. I guess maybe they'll just like hurt him because he was pressing me. And he ended up pinning me against the wall. I said like choking me on the floor. It's just like they were looking at my neck, and I was like, I'm not saying like choking you, like, whatever. But he had my like neck, like and this happened twice before, where I couldn't breathe and I was on the floor. Yeah. I could not breathe, and I don't think that he is trying to kill me, but I was scared, and all 3 times I have been scared. I'm on the floor. And have you been? Get my mom on the phone. So this happened like over by the door, and somehow moved like over in the living room. He was standing by the couch, facing toward the kitchen. I was in the kitchen, and then he just like I could see like all the whites in his eyes, and he was like coming at me. And so I grabbed one of these knives. My mom got me for Christmas. I grabbed one of them, and I was like, I swear to God. I swear to God, it was just like, I would be like, don't come anywhere closer to me. Because, earlier, I was having 2 other times I couldn't breathe. I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. And it's very scary. And I just think, like, just like this kind of thing where I was saying, like, do you know if he's okay? If he's choking me, and he's angry enough, he might like, or, I mean, this is different, I think. But if he's like choking me or like pinning me or something and I can't breathe, he might go too long. So I grab my knife and I said, "Don't come anywhere closer to me." I had absolutely no intention of using it. I'm on the phone with my mom, and he's coming at me like he's gonna grab either the phone or like the knife or something. And so I was just like, I was like, "Don't come any closer." It's coming at me, and I threw it. And I meant for it to go.
How far away was he?
Well, I was by my fridge, and he was like by the edge of one of the chairs of the sofa. Like
comparing to what
10 feet. I'm trying to think in my head.
To recap, Courtney says that an argument started when the pair had both stopped sharing their phone locations that resulted in him pinning her against the floor and her retaliating by throwing a kitchen knife across the room, piercing him in the chest.
That means you don't trust each other and you don't need to be together.
Courtney also clearly states that her attack was in self-defense and specifically involved her throwing a knife 10 feet across the apartment that landed perfectly in his chest, causing him to bleed out and fear for his life.
So then you were by the fridge and he was by the couch?
Yes, I was in front of the fridge. He was by the couch.
And then
behind my island.
And then what kind of movements did he make at the moment? He was going to walk
running
up?
At me.
Running? Okay.
Well, charging, aggressively walking, something.
What was he doing? Like, was he doing something with his hands or?
Doing it had his hands up. I couldn't tell you exactly.
Was he yelling at you at the time?
Yes.
Was that at the moment that he was charging you or earlier in one of the arguments?
It was before he choked me. Yes, it was before he choked me.
Okay.
Or whatever. But I swear to God, I was scared. I mean, after like what I just, I was scared, and I was on the phone with my mom, and it was still happening.
Yeah.
I was scared.
So you told me that he had you against the wall at one point, right? With his hands over your neck.
Mm-hmm.
And how did you end up from the wall to the ground?
Let me go, and then I started swinging on him because I had been against the wall.
Okay.
I started trying to hit him.
Yeah.
And then he put me on the ground.
He dropped you to the ground.
When I'm trying to remember like a whole situation of where I was very upset about something, which I've learned this in therapy or whatever, it's like write down like all the details so you don't forget. Just like write it all out clearly so that it makes sense to you and makes sense to somebody else. But I haven't had a chance to have a pen and paper or my phone to like write down exactly what happened. And I haven't really even like fully thought about it. Yeah. So honestly, my answer is I don't remember.
That's fine. Okay. You guys have a history of violence?
Yeah.
You say you've been together how long, sorry?
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2
years.
years.
2.5 to 2 years.
So how many incidents you think you've had?
I don't know. But we shouldn't be together.
Have you made a report before?
No.
You've never made a report?
Oh, I did in Dallas actually about a year ago, and he was detained.
And what happened there?
He had pushed me in the lobby, but it wasn't like a big deal, and they made it a huge deal.
The couple had also been involved in another incident in Las Vegas less than a year earlier. Police were called to their apartment after a loud argument was heard as
She said Dallas. He just said Las Vegas.
well as glasses smashing on the floor and walls. The apartment was trashed when police arrived, and Courtney's story was all over the place.
Why did you call for help?
Because we were getting really loud. I was like, oh my God, we're gonna like do damage to the room or something. Not damage to each other. Like I really want to like.
Why would you
highlight
think
that.
Why would you think that you were gonna do damage to the room?
I like throwing something or like.
Did you throw something?
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Did anybody throw anything?
No.
So why would you think that there is damage to the room to be made?
Because I've done that before in our house, and
What have you done?
thrown a glass at him, plate.
Did you throw a glass or a plate at him today?
No.
Okay. So if
No,
I
this was before.
Okay, so when I go to the room and I see a broken glass on the floor, where did the glass come from?
I don't know. I literally couldn't even remember how the fight started.
Okay, well.
Was there?
Yeah.
Maybe I did. Well, I'm guessing that I threw a glass. but that sounds like me. So
Courtney was brought to jail and held for 12 hours overnight, but Toby refused to press charges and advocated heavily for release. This may seem like nothing, but police did conclude that Courtney had attacked him that night by throwing a glass at his head. If nothing else, it proves that Courtney was capable of attacking Toby unprovoked and opens up an entirely new avenue for this investigation. However, it also turns out that police had been in contact with the couple more recently. In fact, they'd actually been called by security to their apartment the day before the attack.
But the cops have been up there one other time yesterday for absolutely no reason. Absolutely none. They harassed not the police, but security guards from the office, like young security guards. Came up for no reason. Bothered him, bothered me.
The cops were called, however, and captured an entire exchange on body cams, providing a stark contrast to the story that Courtney gave here.
You didn't call.
I didn't. Nobody.
I called. You called.
What?
Okay.
But
What's
on
wrong?
air?
Hold on, man. Let him talk.
Okay.
Let him talk.
Okay. The front desk personnel, she informed us that Miss Courtney, her boyfriend, was trying to get into the elevator. And she had her hand out like this. And she was like, oh no, don't come inside the elevator.
Okay.
So we asked her, I said, do you want him to leave the property? She said no, she don't want him to.
I did not say that. I said yes.
Hold on.
Courtney, what's going on? What do you need? What?
Yeah.
All right. So what do you want to see?
I want a restraining order against Christian and Kelly.
We don't issue those.
Because, no, I'm serious.
Courts.
Can I do that?
You
Where
have to
can
go
I?
to court. You have to go to
Okay, but
downtown.
how can I make
petition.
myself first?
Courtney is obviously extremely panicked in this footage and seems less concerned about any possible that she may have been sustaining and more worried about getting a restraining order before Toby can. It's also important to note that the building's security noticed her pushing Toby out of the elevator and screaming at him and mentioned absolutely no aggression coming from him. As the evidence mounts up, it's starting to get increasingly more likely that Courtney's whole self-defense story might be straying slightly away from the truth. But as is almost always the case in situations like these, everything is still hearsay, and officially debunking her claims is going to be a challenge for the detectives. But after leaving her alone for almost an hour and letting her change clothes, they return to the interrogation room with some more news for her.
Yeah, so you're living in a nightmare right now.
Yes.
You know?
I
So,
will feel so much better once they just say he's stable.
yeah.
And I've been asking so
and
much.
that's what we're waiting for. Okay.
I mean, I feel like at the end, I mean, if he's not, that's a lot worse for me.
So they've asked for an update, and I asked them for an update as well, so they're checking to see what's going on. Because they're
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I will do with myself.
Well,
if he's not okay.
no matter
I mean,
what,
I clearly we can't be together.
no matter what happens,
But
no matter where this falls, right? It's out of our control.
So we have to inform you that Christian did not make it. Okay. Unfortunately, the doctors did what they could. And
Christian is dead.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This is not real, right? Okay. There's no way. Christian died? Can I please have a hug? Am I allowed to do that in here?
Sure. Yeah. Relax.
No.
Calm down. Calm down. Take deep breaths.
I need to hug my mom. I cannot be left alone in like a room by myself.
You won't be.
After this. No, that's not true. That's not real, right?
It is real.
Christian is dead.
Yes. You're not gonna lie.
The last thing he ate was Subway. What I was saying to that other room, I said, God forbid, when like from far away, what if it had accidentally hit a little bit lower and he died?
we can't change what's occurred and get them move forward. So just step by step. So you'll get through this, all right?
It's easy to tell by the detectives' reactions that they're fairly convinced what happened was indeed self-defense. In fact, one of them was even talking earlier about how he's sure she'd be allowed home that night and that everything was going to be fine. So it obviously wasn't hard for her lawyer to convince them officially that she wasn't guilty and she was let off without any charges. But remember, the detectives weren't aware of any of the evidence mentioned so far. All they know is what Courtney told them. So as time went on, evidence started to mount up, and the Abumseli's case was starting to become stronger and stronger. The body cam videos started to become publicly available, and the true nature of her previous arrests came to light. There were also unflattering videos such as this one showing her drunk in public just days after her release.
Yeah, and they're seeking justice. Yeah,
What?
let's all videotape her. Right now, you should go. Yeah, you should go. Because you just know my boyfriend. Yeah, you did. Yeah, and yeah. Yeah, okay, cool.
Sure, people make mistakes and drink too much. But when you're seen acting like this in public just days after bawling your eyes out in an interrogation room, you don't exactly get painted in the best light. Just days later, footage secretly recorded by Toby was found on his phone displaying Courtney violently screaming at him, using aggressive language, hitting him across the face, and using racial slurs.
Courtney, I was on a bike ride and she passed me and I said, hi, you and Courtney are having a live chat. My bad, I forgot to tell you that. That doesn't make you an acting comic. Yes, thank you. Coming from Courtney, thank you. I want you to get away from me.
So due to this and many other accounts stating that Courtney was well and truly the one, she was officially taken to court by Toby's family. This is where the final nail in the coffin was delivered by a medical examiner who'd observed Toby's body and come to a conclusion.
Now, based on the information you received that the defendant was alleged to have thrown this knife, do your observations support that?
If the person who supposedly did this is an expert knife thrower and the knife is the type of knife that you can throw, I guess that could have happened.
Did you receive any information that the defendant was a knife thrower?
No.
So based on that fact that you did not receive that information, would it support that?
No.
And what would you expect to see a knife do if someone just flung it at somebody?
It would just hit the body and bounce off.
Now, as a result of this case, did you come to a cause, or did you make a determination as to the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Could you please explain those to the court?
The cause of death was stab wound of right subclavian artery. The manner of death was homicide.
As of April 2023, Courtney is currently awaiting what's become one of the most anticipated trials in modern history. She faces life in prison on a...
I doubt it very seriously. It is not more wanted than Brian Koberger. So not true.
Count of second-degree murder with all of the evidence stacked against her. It's not looking good for her as we prepare to see if she'll be spending the rest of her life behind bars. But this next case of Brandy McGowan is arguably even more shocking. On the 30th of March 2022, police were called on Brandy after she was seen threatening people with a brick in a Florida Walmart. At some point, she decided the brick wasn't good enough and stole a pocket knife to wield instead. When an officer arrived, he found Brandy holding the knife.
How does
the
she
cop
open
was armed
it?
with his service weapon, but Brandy refused to drop hers.
Drop the knife now. Drop it. Drop the knife. Drop the knife. Drop it now.
Brandy seemed blissfully unaware that the officer is pointing a gun directly at her and has a taser in broad view on his utility belt. In these circumstances, he is well within his rights to use it to subdue and disarm her if he feels as though she's a danger to him and the civilians around him. Clearly, she doesn't understand that, as she stands her ground and continues to threaten people with her weapon.
Put it down. Drop it. Drop the knife. Put it down. Put the knife down. Put the knife down.
At this point, backup arrives on the scene and takes the attention off the first cop for a moment, giving him the opportunity to holster his weapon and switch to the taser. In this situation, it's obviously much more preferable for the cop to use non-lethal force, but it's dangerous to lower his weapon while in a one-on-one standoff. The arrival of the other officers gives the perfect
I was wondering how he was going to do that.
relief for him to switch to and deploy the taser.
Drop the knife now.
Damn.
Drop the knife.
Dang, she still got the knife.
You all kidnapping me? You got it?
The taser does a perfect job of disarming Brandy and allowing the cops to put her in cuffs and detain her. After the Walmart interaction, she was taken to a local hospital for evaluation, where it was discovered she was, somewhat predictably, high on meth and had apparently ingested over 4 grams of the stuff before entering the store to cause her chaos.
Oh my
Back at the police
God.
station, it was also discovered that Brandy had a lengthy criminal record, with charges including burglary, kidnapping, and battery. For this incident, she was hit with another charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, carrying a sentence of up to 5 years in prison and a $5,000 fine. If this doesn't convince you not to take drugs, nothing will. But unlike every other case, Sarah Boone was facing a murder charge.
Yay.
Who was accused of
But it wasn't intentional.
killing her husband Jorge by locking him in a suitcase and leaving him to die. Sarah was quickly brought in for interrogation to determine if she was really as evil as they think.
So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. You could see his mouth was a little.
I haven't laid a
swollen.
hand on him.
Okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from. In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, like, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
Absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
It seems like an odd request to ask if they can swab underneath Sarah's fingernails, but it could actually go a long way in determining how Jorge got these injuries. Since the injuries were fresh, it's a strong possibility that forensics could find dried blood or skin cells underneath Sarah's fingernails, which would put her dead to rights. But unfortunately for Sarah, they have some other evidence that took a lot less effort to find.
Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it, if that's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah, we're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
For everything you've done to me.
I don't remember taking that.
And that's you, your voice.
Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it up.
I don't want to watch it, please.
The video showed Jorge in the suitcase begging to be let out while Sarah taunted him from the outside. The police couldn't have asked for a better piece of evidence, especially as it came directly from Sarah's own phone.
So this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
it was flipped up.
Right. It was flipped up normal.
Yes.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
Sarah is obviously trying to maintain her innocence by telling the detectives that the video is distressing to her. But does that really sound like a woman who's being shown a video of her husband dying? While everybody will have a different reaction to trauma, it's difficult to imagine her reaction is a single deadpan sentence that sounds like it was delivered only to show some amount of concern to the cops.
I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like,
no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
Well, I know what.
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
Y'all shared a bottle of wine. Okay, 2 bottles.
Sarah is desperately trying to explain this video away, but in doing so, essentially admits that it is her recording and that she left him alone in the suitcase afterwards. Given that Jorge died from her neglect, this at least constitutes a manslaughter charge. But she's really not doing the best job of convincing the detectives that this was an accident.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not zipping it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the suitcase. Waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in a suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him. Maybe I shouldn't.
No.
Well, that didn't cross your mind.
That's like an assumption. Like that's what you all are thinking. Just
we're asking.
It's the drinking.
Sarah spends almost 2 hours in total desperately trying to manipulate the detectives and explain away the damning evidence the detectives have shown her. But ultimately, the detectives remain completely unfazed, and they decide that they've heard enough.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay.
All right, do me a favor, stand up,
Why is this happening?
because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't
Someone
really
needs to
understand
call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when we get you down to the jail.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick.
No, it's not
No,
a trick.
not
How
a
was
trick.
the trick? Your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
Doesn't matter. It's still there.
Sarah was charged with second-degree murder and is facing life in prison. As of this video's upload, the trial is still ongoing. This suspect's public outburst takes place on a plane ready for takeoff. Prior to the footage, she's been asked to leave multiple times due to her refusal to wear a mask during the pandemic.
Hello.
We're going to take you off the aircraft.
Yep, you're gonna have to get off the aircraft.
Yeah,
okay?
and you're out there,
Yep.
and I compliment you in that way.
She's a representative of the aircraft. They don't want you flying on their plane today, okay? So you're gonna have to get off the
They
aircraft.
made us wait and wait and wait.
Yeah, that's the way it is. But right now, I'm gonna
And
need you.
that's fine, and I respect that.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to grab your bag and just
And I
step
did
off
not
the
do
aircraft.
anything, actually.
We'll talk about it outside.
Disruptive, besides speak my mind.
Okay.
And you know what? I live in America, and that's what fucking America's about.
calm down.
No, you know
Listen to
that.
me. Grab your
No,
bag.
you know that.
When she's asked to grab her bag and leave, she says something truly weird. The suspect has a lot of strange mannerisms and seems to have very severe mood swings. Pay attention to how her expression suddenly changes and how she seems to rapidly experience a wide range of emotions throughout the encounter.
No one's
And
gonna put their hands on you. unless
all
you
right,
want.
yeah, you
Grab your
won't.
bag and
Yeah,
just step
yeah,
off
you
the-
won't.
Okay, but I need you to get up.
No. You
Okay.
need me to get up? You may need me to get up, but you know what I feel my need to do as a person? Just like Jesus motherfucking Christ.
You need to calm down.
No, I'm gonna do what I need to do. I'm gonna say what I need to do. And if you're gonna do whatever you feel you need to do to me, right?
You
So
ready?
I'm gonna say what I am meant to say.
Yeah.
No, to everybody.
Stand up, man.
Yeah, everybody is
You're
doing
gonna get
this.
arrested if you do not
I'm
stop.
already gonna get arrested.
The police warn the suspects that if she doesn't cooperate, they'll have to put their hands on her. Her response is dramatic.
All she had to do was shut up.
She also latches onto a supposed promise one of the officers made that she wouldn't be arrested if she gets off the plane.
Here's what's happening. They're gonna deplane the aircraft. I'm gonna take you off the
That was
plane.
already happening. Don't
And you're going to jail.
It won't happen
Okay.
if you get up and walk out with me right now.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to,
Yep. That's how it's gonna work.
Do you feel that's a threatening system?
That's the way it is,
That's
man.
not cool.
Are you
I
gonna-
want to trust you. You want to trust me? That's not healing. We're not healing.
The suspect is led from the plane and placed under arrest. Her reaction is childlike. She cries in an unconvincing way and seems to feel that the experience has violated her human rights. Listen to her describe her actions. The way she seems to think she acted is far from the truth, but it's hard to say whether she's deliberately lying or there's something more to it.
Okay. Come with me. Come with me.
Why are you doing that? See, you lied right there, man.
The suspect continuously switches between claims of being victimized and anger towards the cops. She seems to feel that she's been personally wronged and that one of the cops lied to her to get her to comply. She accuses this cop of not wearing a mask himself.
How is anyone gonna stop anything when you lie to them?
You have your chance, ma'am.
I had my chance. You didn't even give me a chance. I looked at you in your eyes, and I knew you were lying to me. I saw you outside before I even came in with your mask off.
Once again, we see a case where the person being arrested decides to single out a particular officer to blame for everything. The suspect refuses to cooperate with the particular cop, but says they're willing to comply with other members of law enforcement.
All right.
I
Ready to step
will
up?
not
Are you
go-
going to comply with
No,
everybody?
with you two, yes. Not with you, because you're a liar.
Towards the end of the arrest, she repeatedly says things that seem to come out of nowhere, including the suggestion that a nurse there to check on her is attracted to the officer she has an issue with.
Here, let me get your temperature at least.
Oh, you think he's cute? Oh, yeah, I thought he was cute, too. I looked in his eyeballs, and I thought he looked into my eyeballs, and then he abused that.
Her unpredictable mood and irrational reactions continue right up until the video ends, with her saying that the fact that she can't relax is the fault of law enforcement. Seems likely that there are some psychiatric issues at play here, though. Without a professional opinion, it's hard to say for sure. If you enjoy true crime videos like this, make sure you're subscribed to see more. Cops usually don't get arrested unless it's a complete last resort. But some cops are so evil, there is no choice but to lock them up. From a cop arrested for speaking with minors.
Jay, I'll be very honest. I want to know the truth.
No, I never even heard of that account.
To a cop committing crimes.
But everything's about your rep.
Absolutely.
And I don't want this to fall on my rep.
Here are the most corrupt cops ever to receive the badge. Starting with the case of a man who knew the law better than the corrupt cops who were trying to arrest him.
I'm not giving you any ID. If you don't, you'll go to jail.
The New Smyrna Beach Police Department launched an internal investigation into these three cops after they were accused of illegally detaining a man who appeared to be doing nothing wrong.
They just don't want you up here anymore. They said you're asking for money and stuff like that. Let's hear stuff bad. I say I'm not asking for money.
This is Army veteran Jeff. He was standing outside a local bar raising awareness for homeless veterans when the manager called the cops on him. He's being asked to leave, but it seems as though he knows his rights. However, this cop isn't happy when he starts to argue with him.
I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not causing anybody any trouble. If he doesn't like it, I'm on the public sidewalk. He doesn't have any authority over me. Okay, well, you can't be asking people for money and stuff like that. Even if I was asking people for money, it's still not being. Okay, well, that's technically against the city ordinance. City ordinance is unconstitutional. All right, well, have a good night. Oh, I'm not done with you, so. You guys told?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And you can ask him for money?
Yeah. When I went out there, he was on our sidewalk.
Is that who he just stays on the public sidewalk? And I'd rather him he's not going to this dude's being, yeah, he's holding a sign saying God bless America. This way identify himself, saying he doesn't have the right to record me, stuff like that.
In Florida, it's completely legal to record a cop doing their duty in a public place, as long as it's from a safe distance and doesn't obstruct the officer in any way. In fact, if you're in a situation where you feel threatened by the police, it's advisable you begin to record for your own safety.
Can you just move along for me? That's all they want you to do.
The link to this video is in the description, and they're not back from lunch yet.
I'm not moving along. Got put in my heart to stand here and say this, and this is where I'm going to stand.
Okay.
I'm not answering any further questions. I've never been on their property or anything like that.
He said you were on your property.
On the property. I was not on their property. He might be incorrect or misinformed about where his property line begins and ends. I've been standing right here the whole time, saying God bless homeless people. I'll move along when I get finished doing what I'm doing.
Jeff continues to stand his ground. That is, until more officers arrive on the scene and begin to escalate the situation.
Okay, so you are on a public sidewalk.
They're saying that you were asking for money. They have every right to have you move along. And since we're here, because they called for you, we have to identify you.
I'm not giving you any ID.
If you don't, you'll go to jail.
Can I reach back? I'm out.
It's
This is my ID.
you. I mean, you want to play that game?
I'm not showing you anything else. At this point, I'm invoking my right to remain silent. I'm invoking my right to have my attorney present during questions.
Your attorney has nothing to do with us. Okay? Your attorney has to do with court. That's not us. We have the right during an investigation to identify you.
I'm not identifying myself.
Okay, so you're going to end up going to jail.
I told him my name is Jeff, and that's all I'm giving you.
I'm
Am I being detained at this point?
Yes.
For what?
For the identification of you, which is an investigation that they started.
I'm not giving any identification. I'd like to remain silent.
Okay. At this point, you're being detained. Okay. So, I see this.
Yes.
I don't consent to any searches. I don't consent to see.
But you're right now. I'm making sure you have no knives on you. You're breaking the law. What's this?
There's 2 magazines in my left pocket.
Okay. I want to make sure that you understand that you're forcing a hand that doesn't need to be forced. Have you guys been out here the whole time?
Yeah, I've been in and out.
Is he asking for money?
He was standing out here with the sign. I didn't hear him ask for money. No.
Okay. So
Either way, my employee's uncomfortable with him standing out here.
Okay. I'll contact Sergeant, but if he's out here, there's not much we can do about that, especially since if he's not begging for money. Man.
So even though my employee's uncomfortable and now I know he's armed, that's okay.
Which he's legally allowed to be.
Right.
You know.
It doesn't. A lot of people are legally allowed to be that shouldn't be, apparently.
So, to put it simply, Jeff hadn't broken any laws whatsoever. He was standing on public property, raising awareness for something completely protected by free speech. And any issues the employees had with that were their problem.
I just asked the guy who's sitting on the porch, and he says he didn't hear you beg for money. And so the only person who has a complaint about you standing on city property, which is not his problem, which is what I was explaining to him.
Jeff was allowed to leave, and this should have been where the story ended. But there's one thing we haven't mentioned. At the time of this stop, panhandling, or asking strangers for money, was not illegal in the state of Florida. This means that not only was Jeff harassed and falsely arrested for a crime he didn't commit, but it wasn't even a crime in the first place. These cops have a lot to explain, and things only got worse.
At approximately 1927 hours on Tuesday, December 14th, 2021, were you dispatched to a call for service identified as a suspicious person at the New Smyrna Brewery located at 143 Canal Street?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
The call notes started out saying that there was a male dressed in all black. Originally, he was asking for money from people sitting there, and that's all I read because I was right around the corner from the scene.
So what crime were you intending to investigate there?
Well, at that point, they said that he was at or in the business, and the business owner just wanted him to be moved along.
Do they call that panhandling or asking for money is what it said in the call notes?
Yes.
Is panhandling a crime or a city ordinance violation?
It's not a city ordinance violation.
Why did you tell Mr. Gray that asking for money is technically against city ordinance?
At that point, I thought panhandling was a city ordinance violation.
What's the state statute refer to?
Like if you're blocking, like stepping out in traffic, blocking people's right to move.
So it's a 316 violation for some type of impediment of traffic.
Right.
If you're
traffic violation.
soliciting or entering traffic patterns, right? That wasn't the case here, was it?
No.
Okay.
A 316 violation in this case includes any situation where a pedestrian walks on a road where there is a sidewalk provided. This relates to panhandling, as many people like to stand near intersections and approach cars that can't move away due to traffic. But as Jeff was on the sidewalk, he wasn't guilty of obstructing any traffic. That's the first problem revealed. But things get even worse when this officer is asked if there was even a crime committed at all.
Did you have any reasonable or articulable suspicion that Mr. Gray committed, was committing, or was about to commit a crime or a violation of city ordinance?
At that point, I believed he might have. So that's why I went back out and re-engaged with him. I thought we had something maybe stirring up.
So at this point, you're still thinking panhandling is a city ordinance violation, and you're acting on that assumption to try to continue the investigation.
Yes.
Okay.
Usually, like when we investigate other crimes and stuff like that, we listen to both sides of the stories, come back, talk to each other. I don't know where that happened, maybe because he was flustered with him.
Do you think that would have been a more prudent course of action to continue the investigation and figure out what's going on?
I do, yes.
Rightly, this officer is starting to sense that he might be in a spot of trouble. But instead of taking this on the chin, he instead starts to pin some of the blame on his partner.
Did you hear Officer Beatty tell Mr. Gray that if he didn't identify himself, he was going to go to jail?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I definitely think that when he got there, that the course of action he took probably was not the best one. And I kind of wish that we would have went back and had him talk to the business owner, and then have him talk to me. I think that we skipped over that step and he went straight to going hands-on with him.
Taking a look at Officer Beatty's investigation tape, it seems that both of the officers have realized their mistakes, but still claim that they were right to place Jeff in handcuffs at the time, even suggesting that he was baiting them into it.
During the call, I was under the impression that he was actually on private property and trespassed, that he was asked to leave, and that his waitresses were scared. Looking back, hindsight, I could have investigated further.
He was baiting. No question about it. This guy was probably, in my opinion, doing stuff that would elicit the very call that came into to dispatch that he wanted in order to create the confusion.
A good cop who knows the law and knows how to exercise it shouldn't even be able to be baited in the first place. It's concerning that a man simply standing on public property, spreading awareness for a good cause, can be mistreated by police officers and told he's at fault for their mistake. Luckily, there are good cops out there, and the final officer involved in the investigation got straight to the point when asked to describe his point of view.
I asked Beatty why he was detained, and he told me that he was detained because he was...
We're still waiting for court to come on. Hopefully they'll be not too much longer.
refusing to identify himself. And I said, well, for what crime are you investigating? And he said that he was investigating panhandling. And he said that it's against city ordinance. And I told him, no, it's not against city ordinance. And he said, well, it's against state statute as well. And I said, it's not against state statute. I told him, I said that from what you're telling me, it sounds like you had no legal authority to seize the gentleman or his firearm. If you don't have a crime to investigate, you can't seize the person.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Wood, before we proceed, is the state going to be ready before it's in the jurisdiction? Is there anything to bring up?
Yes, if you don't have a sidebar, that will issue, the evidence issue is not valid.
Okay.
Here we go. Detective Hermosillo is going to be really glad when this is over with. He testified a lot in Lori's trial. She moved her desk again. Her desk was turned the other way. I don't know why she did it, because she was like facing directly. Maybe, oh, because the podium was behind her. That's probably why. And now she can look at the podium while she's typing. I wonder, um, I know Kay and Larry's there. I wonder if all of his kids are there. All five. I guess we'll find out with Nate tonight. Here we go.
All right, we're on the record now. This is CR 22211623 State versus Chad Guy Daybell. The jurors are not present at this time. At a sidebar with counsel. Previously, a few of the exhibits that were offered and admitted had some reference material on them, base numbers, et cetera, from the case that the court raised a concern. And I believe, Mr. Wood, what you've done is figured out a way to remove those references from the exhibits, and the court would know those references were not published to the jurors, and they won't be, so the court will permit those references to be removed from the exhibits before they are published or provided to the jurors. Is that how we're going to handle that, Mr. Wood?
Yes, that's my understanding, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Pryor, any objection from the defense to proceeding in that matter with those few exhibits?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure then that the original court exhibits to the jurors will have that information removed for the jurors, or either publish the information or receive copies of it. And with that, then I believe there are no other issues to take up before the jurors are brought in. Is the defense ready to proceed as well, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then we'll continue with testimony of this witness, and Mr. Wood, if you're ready, we'll have the jurors brought in this time.
Thank you. All rise.
The jury is present and counsel. Thank you. Please be seated. We concluded the lunch break at this time. We're continuing with testimony of Detective Hermosillo and Mr. Wood. If you're ready, you can inquire, and I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony. Good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, before we broke, we were speaking about the search of a residence. Can you remind us what residence that was?
I believe it was apartment 175.
And whose residence was that?
Lord Dallas.
Your Honor, the state would ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7A through 7K.
The witness is handed state's exhibits, 7A through K. They've been reviewed by defense. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Detective, do you recognize state's exhibits 7A through K? Go ahead and take a minute and review them.
Yes, sir.
What do those exhibits look to be?
They are photographs that were taken of Lord Valley's residence on the morning of November 27th.
And were you present? You testified earlier you were present at the search of that apartment on that date, correct?
That's correct.
Did you walk through every room in that apartment?
Yes, I did.
Did you take these pictures?
No, I didn't.
Do you recognize them as true and accurate representations of what you witnessed in that room that day?
Yes, I did.
Or, I'm sorry, in that apartment that day?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, the state, the room for admission, state's exhibits 7A through K.
An objection from the defense.
Why do you renege objection?
Yes, and these are my phone, please, Mr. Buck.
May I, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, what time were these pictures taken?
I don't know the exact time, roughly between 10 and noon, I would guess.
Are you guessing or do you know?
I don't know exactly what time, sir.
Okay, who took the pictures?
I don't know who took the pictures, sir.
What day did they take the pictures?
I believe I testified November 27th, 2019.
Well, if you weren't there, how do you know if you don't know who took them or who?
Objection is misstating the testimony.
No, I'll allow it. You can continue more there. I never once said I wasn't there. I was there the entire time on this.
That's not what my question was. The question was, you weren't there when the pictures were taken, were you?
I wasn't there when they were taken.
You don't know the condition of the home when the pictures were taken, is that correct?
I was there when the pictures were taken, not standing next to the photographer.
So you were there when the pictures were taken,
That's correct.
but yet you don't even know who the photographer was who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't know a photographer who's taking pictures for a police investigation that you're in charge of?
I wasn't standing next to the photographer. I was inside the residence when the photos were being taken. At the same time they were being taken, I wasn't standing next to him.
Okay, but the question I asked is, why is it that you don't know the name of the photographer when this scene was closed off for investigation pursuant to a search warrant, and you can't tell me who the name of the photographer was who took these pictures?
There were a lot of people that were part of that search warrant. I can't tell you exactly who took the photographs.
Well, that's what my concern is.
Prior, and we're getting speaking objections now. If there's a continuing objection, state the grounds.
Okay. Well, there were a number of people that were in and out of that apartment, is that right?
In and out of that apartment? No, sir. In that apartment, yes.
How many people were in the apartment at the same time?
Roughly 10.
And you would know all of the names of the people that were in the apartment, right?
Correct.
Yet you don't know the name of the photographer who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you, yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Your Honor, I'm going to lay some more foundation.
All right, you can lay additional foundation, and I'll also know it is a group of photographs, so if you have to work through them individually, we will. I'll note just an objection on 7K, and Mr. Wood, you can seek additional foundation. Related before I rule on the objection.
Detective, you testified you were present that day.
That's correct.
And you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of what you saw in that apartment.
That's correct.
And is the a true and accurate representation of the condition you found the apartment in?
Yes, sir.
And as you look through these pictures, is there anything in there that is different than the way you found it?
No.
Your Honor, statements again for the admission.
Objection, again, Judge, there isn't a proper foundation. The officer can't even tell me who took the pictures. He doesn't know what time the pictures were taken. And the condition he's talking about is the condition that he saw, not necessarily when the pictures, in the condition when the pictures were taken. So there hasn't been a proper foundation here.
All right, I've considered the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection as it relates to photographs when the officer has personal observation of the location. The one exception that I'll consider a standing objection on is on 7G, which is different, I would say, than just showing the apartment. Not saying it's not admitted, but it's still under advisement. Any additional objection on the foundation. So photographs with the exception 7G are admitted, and you can inquire further, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could publish those to the jury.
Yes.
Detective, can you tell me what you observed in State's Exhibit 7A?
That's the front door of apartment 175, front porch area.
And is this the apartment that you searched while you were for JK?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7B?
So as you walk into the front room of the apartment, that's looking towards the dining kitchen room area. There's a child's car suitcase sitting there. Like I testified earlier, it looked like it was lived in. There's still chopsticks on the counter, paper towels, everything looked normal.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7C?
That's standing in the kitchen, facing the doorway, so the opposite direction of the last photograph. You can see the stairwell going upstairs. There's still pictures on the wall, TV, papers on the counter. Everything looked normal at that point as well.
Observed in State's Exhibit 7D.
So when I testified about the crawl space under the stairs and the 72-hour kits, those are a few of the 72-hour kits, along with the Star Wars suitcase that we had located.
When you, Your Honor, is the court have a pointer?
I don't know, what stuff the bailiff from the normally develops.
Can you point to what you're referring to? Describe the 72-hour kit.
So these black bags,
Mr. Wood,
yeah, okay, go ahead.
these black bags with the 72-hour kits, there's some underneath here that you can't see. There's some here, and that's the Star Wars suitcase that I was referring to earlier.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7E?
That's the top of the stairwell looking down towards the bottom of the stairwell. This part right here goes into the front room, and the front door is right here.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7F?
This is the master bedroom. So when you come up the stairwell, immediately to your left is this entrance here. Like I testified, there was bedding, pillows, everything looked normal in the room at that point. This is the bathroom as well.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7H?
7H is what caused some red flags for us when we were searching the apartment.
Why was that?
Because of all these empty hangers. People go on trips.
Judge, I'm going to object as unresponsive. There isn't a question here, that's a narrative.
It's the same. Detective, I asked you why the empty closet was concerning to you.
Because when we made contact with Lori Vallow the day before, she had lived in the apartment. She was in the apartment living. The very next morning, we served the warrant. This is what we found, empty hangers.
And Detective, why would empty hangers be concerning to you?
Because it appeared to us that she grabbed her clothes, left everything else, and took off.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7I?
This was a bedroom. If you walk down the hall towards the west, this is the bedroom on the right hand side. This is the bedroom we found Alex Cox, some of Alex Cox's belongings in. So this is the bedroom to the right.
And what belongings of his did you find
There
there?
was a plastic tub with some of his belongings in, some hygiene things that had his name on them, things like that.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7J?
This is the same bedroom. There's one of the plastic tubs that had some belongings of Alex. There's some prescription pills up here that had Alex's name on them. And then there was some white Tyvek suits that were in the closet area.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7K?
This is the room to the left. So the previous room was to the right. This is the room to the left. It had twin beds, bedding, everything was normal in that room as well.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7G again for further foundation. Very well. That's if you recognize State's Exhibit 7G.
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
A rental agreement with the tenant of Lori Ryan.
And you testified earlier about finding a rental agreement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this the rental agreement that you were speaking about?
Yes, it is.
And where was that located in the residence?
In the master bedroom on a desk in the corner.
And you saw it there?
That's correct.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the rental agreement you saw?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for admission of State's Exhibit G, 7G. Any objection?
No, John.
All right, Exhibit 7G is admitted as well. May I publish? Yes. Second, is this the rental agreement we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And you testified earlier about searching the storage unit, correct?
Correct.
Was this the rental agreement that led you to that storage unit?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8A through 8Q. Second, I'm going to ask you to take a moment and review State's Exhibit 8A through 8M. Detective, what do State's Exhibits 8A through 8M report to be?
Photographs that we had taken in number 175 in the garage.
And what day were these photographs taken?
November 27th, 2019.
And was this a part of the search that you testified to earlier?
Yes,
And you were present in the garage?
that's correct.
Were these items laid out in this manner when you got to the garage?
No,
Were they taken out to be photographed?
yes,
And did you observe that taking place?
I did.
Right. And other than moving those items to be photographed, are these pictures, are these items in the same condition that you observed them that day?
Yeah, it's in the same condition, like I testified to. We manipulated some of them so we get better photographs.
And are they true and accurate representations of what you observed in the garage of that apartment that day?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 8A through 8M.
Or, you know.
I'm sorry. I should have said 8L.
Any objection as it relates to 8A through L? Judge, what do you any objections? Very well. Officer, as before, were you present when the pictures were taken?
yes,
What was the name of the person who took the pictures?
Detective Daybell.
Were you present at the exact time the pictures were taken, all of these items?
Yes, I was.
Who else was present at the time that these pictures were taken?
I couldn't tell you who else was in the room.
Well, we were in a garage, weren't we?
Couldn't tell you who else was in the garage.
Were there so many people there that you don't know?
No,
Your Honor, this doesn't go to foundation.
I'll allow one more for dire if you wish, Mr. Pryor, continue. So many people in the garage, you didn't know who was there?
Oh, I just can't recall their names at this.
They're not officers that work with you?
They are.
How big of a garage are we talking about?
I couldn't testify to that.
Two-car garage, one-car garage?
As far as I think we're getting across here, is this a foundation objection still?
Judge, I'm trying to establish. Judge, I'll move on. See.
All right, the court's considered foundation objection as it relates to exhibits A through L. I'll overrule the objection and those may be admitted.
Thank you, Matt Publish.
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So when I testified earlier about various magazines, weapons, there were knives, this is where we found those items. And
I
this,
just want to stop you real quick to clarify, when you say magazines, what type of magazine are you referring to?
magazines that go in rifles.
And you testified that you moved these items to take pictures of.
Correct.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So here's some of the various magazines that we took out of some of the tubs. There's some ammunition. There's a few suppressors that screw on to the end of a gun to muffle the sound. There's a ghillie suit. Different items in this photo at different spots.
Could you tell me what you observed in States Exhibit 8B? So these were items that were located in black plastic bags, which are right here in 22. So we simply took those items out of these plastic bags and laid them out so we get photographs of them. What did you observe in States Exhibit 8C? These are various caliber ammunition in plastic bags that were located in plastic tubs. When you say ammunition, those are for bullets, correct? Correct. What did you observe in States Exhibit 8D? This was one of the rifles that we had located in the garage in apartment 175. It's got duct tape here. What you can't see up top.
Judge, unresponsive.
Just stay. I'm gonna move the picture so you can see the top. What did you observe at the top of States Exhibit 8D? Like I was testifying to, at the top of this rifle, it's threaded for a suppressor to muffle the sound of a gunshot. What did you observe in States Exhibit 8E? This rifle here is the exact same rifle from the previous picture. There's also another rifle that was in the bag, and that's this one here. This photograph was taken at the police department once we got the items back. What did you observe in States Exhibit 8F? This is the rifle in the previous picture that was back here. It's just a close-up of that rifle. What did you observe in States Exhibit 8G? Those are what I call the suppressors. From earlier that there was a photograph of these two men on the garage floor. This is just a close-up of both of those suppressors. What did you observe in States Exhibit 8H? These are knives that were found amongst the ammunition in the rifles and tubs. You described to the jury what you observed in States Exhibit 8I. Okay. This is just a handgun that was also located that was still in the case inside the garage. Did you observe in States Exhibit 8J? This is a Halloween mask, or what we think is a Halloween mask, that was located in a plastic bag in the garage along with duct tape and rope. You described to the jury what you observed in States Exhibit 8K. Once we remove the Halloween mask, this is the duct tape and the rope I was referring to in a Walmart bag. Fine. What did you observe in States Exhibit 8L? That is a passport that's located in belongings in that garage belonging to Alex Cox.
In Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 8M through 8Q. Girl. Briefly review State's Exhibit 810 through 8Q. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
These are items also located in the garage 175. What we go through each.
Not yet. Did you observe these items with your own eyes?
Yes, I did.
And you saw these on November 27th during your search of apartment 175?
Correct.
I believe you testified they were also in the garage.
That's correct.
Are these true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 8M through 8Q. Any objection?
Yes, one of your native objection, Judge.
Go ahead.
Officer, you previously testified that you, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that you staged certain items. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
And some of the items that you staged, when I mean staged, you remove those from packages or boxes, and you laid them out to take pictures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take pictures of all the items in the garage, or are these just selected pictures that you have decided to show today?
We took photographs of the items in the garage, anything that we thought was evidentiary value. We took photographs.
Okay, so the question is, the answer is then that you did not take pictures of everything that was in the garage. Is that fair?
No objection, Your Honor. This is cross, doesn't go to foundation of these items.
I did sustain that. We need to be on the narrow issue of foundation for admission or not, and we need to be allowed to cross later, of course. Yeah, questions on
So the question is that when I hear previously that you took items out of a package and you took pictures of select items, did you take all of these items out of some sort of packaging and take select pictures of these as well?
Yes, we took these out of tubs that were in the garage.
So when you were there and present going through the garage, and we don't know how big this garage is because you don't know. You couldn't see these in plain sight when you went through them, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know what was in the garage and what wasn't. These were staged by someone else who took pictures, that correct?
We took these out of tubs and took photographs of them.
Who took them out of the tubs?
I couldn't tell you what officer took them out of the tubs.
When did they take them out of the tubs?
Are you asking for a time, sir?
I'm asking for a time, yeah.
Roughly 10 to 12, I would say.
In the afternoon, in the morning, when?
10 o'clock in the morning till 12 in the evening.
And you were present when they were taking these out of the tubs?
That's correct.
And who took these pictures of us?
Detective O.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you. All right, I'll rule an objection on foundation relating to exhibits 8M through Q, and those will be made. Thank you. May I have a question? You know.
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8M?
That is what appears to be an email printed item that was located in the garage of 175. There's some handwritten scribbles on it, some names, numbers associated with those names.
And at the time that you found those documents, did you understand what that meant?
No.
Were you able to determine, you said it was an email, who the sender of the email was?
Yes.
Who was it?
Daybell.
Were you able to determine who the recipient of the email was?
I don't recall the recipient. Just
No.
who sent it.
Oh, I apologize, I didn't get that job.
I just remember who sent the email.
And were you able to tell what date it was sent?
I believe it was October of 2018.
Was there a specific date?
I would have to look at it a little closer. It's in the upper left-hand corner.
Second, I'm going to have State's Exhibit 8M, if you can describe what you observed there for the jury.
It's the same photograph from the last slide.
And State's Exhibit 8O. Presume O.
It's also more of the same email papers from the last slide.
Detective, if I were to have State's Exhibit 8M that, would you be able to tell the date of the email?
Yes.
What is the date on that email?
October 30th, 2018.
And then Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8P?
Those were also in the tub books written by Chad Daybell.
And then lastly, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8Q?
That was a cell phone that was also found in the tub in the garage.
Were you able to look and get that cell phone at any time?
As far as forensically,
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to tell you unless I looked at the report.
Detective, we've been talking about this search on November 27th, correct?
Correct.
And at any time that day, did you locate JJ Bell?
No.
What was the next step in your investigation to find JJ?
Our next step was to talk to anybody that would take our phone calls. JJ was.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is again becoming a narrative.
Your Honor, you still just answering the basic question.
All the without objection.
JJ was who we were looking for. And so we were exhausting every effort to find JJ. So we would call his siblings, family members, any family friends, anybody that might know whereabouts of JJ.
So who were some of those family members that you spoke with?
We ended up speaking with Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Boudreaux, JJ's brother, Colby Ryan. Gilbert Police ended up speaking with family members down there. That's who we spoke.
At any time during your investigation, did the scope of the search change into who you were looking for?
It did.
Why was that?
After we spoke with Colby Ryan, who is JJ's brother, he mentioned that he
Judge,
had,
I'm gonna object. This is hearsay.
Sustained. Detective, at any time did the scope of your search change to include the search for Ty Ryan?
it did.
And so let's go back to your search very briefly on November 27th. Did you see Ty Ryan at that apartment at any time?
No.
And during your intermittent surveillance you talked about in early November, had you seen Ty Ryan?
No.
Did you ever meet Ty Ryan?
No.
Did you become familiar with who she was through your investigation?
Yes, we did.
How did you do that?
After speaking with Colby, our search encompassed JJ and Ty.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 5. I believe this comes in by stipulation.
It does. Judge, we've stipulated the admission from this exhibit. The counsel would be so kind as to repeat the exhibit number for me, please.
5.
Thank you.
All right, exhibit 5 has been offered and admitted. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a birth certificate issued out of the state of Texas.
Your Honor, may I publish that for the jury?
No objection.
Well,
Detective, were you able to read that on the screen?
Yes.
If you could point out with your pointer the name of the individual or who that birth certificate applies.
The name is Tyler Ashley Ryan.
And what was the date of her birth?
September 24th, 2002.
And where was she?
Travis County, Texas.
And just for purposes of the record, can you state who her father was?
Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr.
And who was her mother?
Lori Noreen Cox.
Through your investigation, have you learned of Lori Vallow's maiden name?
Yes.
What was it? Cox. Okay. So Detective, you testified that at this point you were approximately when did the scope of your search widen to include Ty Ryan?
It was after we spoke with Colby on December 11th, 2019. We entered JJ Vallow and Tyler Ryan into what we call NCMEC, which is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So on December 11th, 2019, we entered both of those children as missing and endangered.
How does NICMIC work?
It's a center where
I'm going to object at this point on the foundation. Mr. Rose, if there's any additional foundation or anything that hasn't been worked out.
Can you restate again what the acronym NICMIC stands for?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And is that associated with the government entity?
It is.
Do you know which entity?
I don't.
Have you ever used NICMIC before in your job as a detective?
Yes.
How have you used it before?
When we have missing children, we enter and call NICMIC, enter the information, it goes into a database.
Mr. Wood, for the record, could you indicate what that acronym is?
Yes, Your Honor, it's NCMEC. Thank you. If you'd like the detective, can you just state what that stands for again?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Did you include any other law enforcement agencies in this search?
We did. After November 27th, we reached out for assistance from the FBI. We reached out through Fremont County. So we were in contact with Gilbert Police, Chandler Police, anywhere down there where JJ or Tylee lived or could possibly be at.
And did you ever try to contact Lori Daybell in regards to the whereabouts for children?
Absolutely.
How did you do that?
We tried contacting Lori by her cell phone. We also attempted to contact.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. Were you able to talk to her?
No, her cell phone was shut off.
Did you ever attempt to contact Chad Daybell in regards to the location of the children?
Yes, we did.
How did you do that?
We attempted to contact him through his cell phone.
And were you able to get in touch with him?
No, it was also shut off.
And at any time, did Lori Vallow ever call the Rexford police to report missing children?
Judge, objection. Foundation. Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, it's just a basic question that I think it's in line with the question we've been going through. I don't know what additional foundation I can give for that.
Foundation is overruled. Witness can answer.
Did you ask that again, please?
Did Lori Vallow ever contact the Rexford police, to your knowledge, regarding missing children?
No, she didn't.
Did Chad Daybell ever contact the Rexford police regarding missing children?
I'll renew my objection, Judge. Knowledge foundation. It's overruled.
No, he didn't.
Detective, when you place the children in the NICMIC database, you receive tips from that.
Yes, we set up tip hotlines through NICMIC, also through the FBI and through the Rexford Police Department. So anybody with any information on those two missing children could call any one of those numbers and provide us with any information.
And did you ever receive tips through NICMIC regarding JJ Vallow, Tyler Lane?
Yes, we did.
What would you do when you received those tips?
When we would receive the tips, we would assign it a tip number. And those tips were followed up on by detectives or other officers. So as soon as those tips came in, they were given a number and assigned to an officer that they would follow.
And would those tips, when they come in, do they have a phone number associated with them?
A lot of times they did have a phone number. A lot of them were anonymous. They didn't want to get involved. So some of them had phone numbers where we could follow up, others didn't.
And if someone submits an anonymous tip through NICMIC, is there anything you can do to follow up on that?
It depends on the information they gave us, but we would follow up with any information that they had put on the tip.
And when a tip comes in with a phone number, would you call those individuals back?
Yes.
Did you ever alert the public that the children were missing?
We did. We held a press conference on November 20th, 2019. And alerted the public that we had 2 missing children in our area.
And after that press release came out, did you receive tips after that?
Yes, we did.
And did you follow up on those tips as well?
Yes, we did.
Did any of those tips ever lead you to finding JJ Vallow?
No.
Did any of those tips lead you to finding Tylee Ryan?
No.
Detective, regarding Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, are you aware if a child protection action was filed in Madison County regarding them?
Yes, it was.
Were you involved with that?
I was the one who wrote the affidavit.
And what was the purpose of that action?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the officer's response is. I was the one who wrote the affidavit. Thank you. You want me to ask you questions?
I will, I was just letting the witness read the water.
Shit.
Detective, what was the purpose of that affidavit?
To get Lori to produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health.
And are you aware if there was an order issued in that child protection action?
There was.
What did it order?
It ordered Lori Vallow to produce her children within 5 days of being served at court order.
Detective, were you ever able to locate Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
Yes, we were.
How did you do that?
A few different ways. Some of the
What kind of tips gave you that information?
eyewitnesses that would call in that said they saw Lori and Chad on the island of Kauai.
And where is Kauai?
In Hawaii.
Did you ever write warrants to aid or apply for warrants to aid you in finding Chad and Lori?
Yes.
What kind of warrants were those?
We wrote warrants for cell phone data, geofence location, a few different warrants through cell phone companies to assist us in finding Chad and Lori or their location.
And did any of the data you received from those help you locate them?
Yes, it did.
Jacob, did you ever go to Kauai as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when did you get there?
I got to Kauai January 24th, 2020.
And once you got there, what was the purpose of going there?
We went there to aid and assist the Kauai Police Department in serving that court order to produce JJ and Tylee to the Rexburg Police Department.
And did you see Chad and Lori Daybell in Kauai?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned assisting the Kauai Police Department in serving that order. Are you aware if Lori Vallow was served with that order?
Yeah, she was on January 25th, 2019. Correction, 2020.
While you were in Kauai, did you do anything else?
We observed the Kauai Police Department serve 2 search warrants
one on Chad and Lori's condo, and the other on the rental vehicle.
Did you perform those searches as well? Or just observe the Kauai Police Department do it?
No, we just observed and let them serve.
Do you recall where their condominium was located in Kauai?
I don't recall the physical address, but it was Princeville.
And is that a town or city in Kauai?
Yes.
When you observed the search of the residents they were living in Princeville, after the Kauai Police Department did their search, were you able to walk through that residence?
Yes, I was.
All right. What did you observe at that residence?
Everything looked normal. It appeared two adults were living there. There were beach towels, two beach towels. Everything was in pairs. Food in the fridge, couches. Everything seemed ordinary.
Did you see JJ Ballard there?
No,
Did you see Ty Ryan there?
no,
Did you see anything that would have indicated to you that a child was living there?
no, I didn't.
Did you observe anything that would have indicated to you that a teenager was living there?
No.
Detective, to your knowledge, did Lori Vallow ever produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health and Welfare?
No, she didn't.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 6. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It's a photograph of Kylie Ryan.
Did you have, as part of your search, did you look at Kylie Ryan's social media?
Yes, we did.
To your knowledge, was this image obtained from her social media?
It was taken from her Instagram account.
And so as part of your search, did you personally observe her Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
And did you personally observe this image on her Instagram?
Yes, I did.
Is this a true and accurate representation of what you observed on her Instagram?
Yes.
And also, as part of your investigation, did you see other pictures of Ty Ryan?
Yes, I did.
And is this individual, is that a true and accurate representation of Ty Ryan?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for State's Exhibit 6 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge. Very well. Exhibit 6 has been offered and admitted without objection, so it's in the record and will be published if you wish, Mr. Board.
Thank you. Detective, is this the exhibit we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
What was the username on the account that you found that picture in?
Tylee A. Ryan.
Okay. And this individual is the Tylee Ryan that you came to recognize through your search?
That's correct.
Detective, I want to ask you about the phrase "proof of life." Are you familiar with that phrase?
I am.
As a detective, what does that mean to you?
Proof of life is any documentation, any video, photograph, anything we can use to show the last time somebody was saw alive or seen alive.
Pursuant to your investigation, did you find a last known proof of life for Tyler Ryan?
Yes, I did.
How did you locate that?
That was taken from Lori Vallow's iCloud account.
And what? Do you know which iCloud account it was taken from?
Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
And what was the form of that proof of life?
It was a photograph of Kylie taken at West Yellowstone.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the state or the witness behind State's Exhibit 29A, 29B, and 13. And I believe these come in by way of stipulation.
All right, defense to me as well.
Judge, that's correct, by way of stipulation.
All right, I'll just review those briefly and then. Have a quick sidebar with counsel.
Sure.
Be submitted to the witness. And I will note that exhibits 29A and B and exhibit 13 are all admitted without objection. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit 13? What does that report to be?
That is the photograph taken from Lori for Styles iCloud account. They testified to earlier with Kylie and West Yellowstone.
If I may publish.
Yes.
You can just identify the individuals in that photograph, Detective.
Sure. The little boy is J.J. Vallow. The Tylee Ryan is in the middle, and their uncle Alex Cox is on the right.
And as part of this exhibit, did it contain metadata?
Yes, it did.
And did the metadata in this instance, well, can you describe to the jury what metadata is?
Sure. Metadata is like a time and date, it is a time and date stamp with the photograph that's taken. So it's just data associated with the photograph.
And this photo was accompanied by metadata?
That's correct.
And what date was this photograph taken?
September 8th, 2019 at 2:49 p.m.
And you testified earlier that this was in Yellowstone?
Yes,
How do you know that that's Yellowstone?
I've been there.
So you personally recognize that location?
Correct.
Detective, revisiting this idea of proof of life. Throughout your investigation, were you ever able to find photographs dated later than that of Tylee Ryan living?
No.
And can you describe just quickly where you found that photograph?
From the iCloud account associated with Lordell.
And I believe you already said it, but just for purposes of the record, what was the name of that iCloud?
Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
And how do you know that that account was associated with Lori Bell?
The information attached to it and also the photographs that were attached.
And when you say photographs, what type of photographs led you to believe that that was attached to Lori Bell?
Family photographs, Lori Bellow's photographs with her in the photos.
Detective, pursuant to your investigation, are you aware of a last known proof of life for J.J. Bell?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask this, the witness being handed states exhibit 14, which I believe also comes in by way of stipulation.
From our record, again, Mr. Wood, it's been stipulated to, and is there an objection to the 14 million? No, Judge, it was entered by a stipulation of parties. 14 is admitted.
Detective, what is state's exhibit 2?
That is a photograph of JJ sitting on a couch in what appears to be the front room of apartment 175.
And where did you locate this picture?
That was also on Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
And you mentioned you believe you recognize the location. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, it appears to be the front room, same type of couch that was found in Lori Bellow's apartment, apartment 175.
And did this picture have, well, may I publish it for the jury? Can you just describe to the jury what you observed in state's exhibit 2?
That's JJ Vallow sitting on the couch in red pajamas.
And did this picture, was this picture accompanied by metadata?
It was.
Is this the metadata that accompanied that picture?
Yes.
Can you, what was the date of that picture?
September 22nd, 2019.
Did you know what time of day it was taken?
11:46 a.m.
And just to clarify, what iCloud account was that? Was that picture taken from?
Also, Lori for style.
So Detective, you testified earlier that, well, you testified earlier that an order was served on Lori Bell to produce her children.
Correct.
And I believe you already testified that she did not produce her children.
Correct.
What was the next step in your investigation after that?
Our next step in that investigation was to reach out to anybody that would possibly know where JJ was.
Who would you reach out to?
We reached out to family, the FBI, other agencies, anybody that would take our calls, tips that were coming in.
Detective, while you were doing this investigation, were you aware of any investigation in Fremont County regarding Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And what did you know? Were you a part of that investigation?
I was a part of it, but my focus was mainly JJ and Tyler.
And what was the investigation in Fremont County regarding?
A suspicious death involving the defendant Daybell's wife.
And as part of your investigation, did you know when she had died?
Yes.
When was that?
October 19th of 2019.
You testified that your primary focus was locating Tyler and JJ, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we just have a very brief sidebar.
Yes.
To make every effort to be concluding trial each day at 3:30, including today. We are going to take our mid-afternoon break at this time. And just for your reference as well, in case I forget to mention, we'll be going through evidence and testimony again tomorrow, scheduled 8:30 to 3:30. And then with some scheduling issues, we are going to not be holding court on Friday. And so we'll be back on Monday. I just want to make you aware of that schedule as well. So we'll go until 3:30 today, but this time we will take our break. So if we can try to keep the break to 20 minutes, I appreciate it. With that, I'll apologize for the jury.
City ordinance, and he said, well, it's against state statute as well. And I said, it's not against state statute. I told him, I said that from what you're telling me, it sounds like you had no legal authority to seize the gentleman or his firearm. If you don't have a crime to investigate, you can't. Panhandling. And he said, it's against city ordinance. And I told him, no, it's not against city ordinance. And he said, well, it's against state statute as well. And I said, it's not against state statute. I told him, I said that from what you're telling me, it sounds like you had no legal authority to seize the gentleman or his firearm. If you don't have a crime to investigate, you can't seize the person.
It's unknown what happened to cops after the investigation, but we can only hope that they received the same treatment as the cops in Patrick Mumford's case. Patrick was just getting back home when two officers confronted him, claiming there were warrants out for his arrest. What the cops didn't realize, though, is that the warrants were for a completely different man, but this didn't seem to bother them.
What's your name? I'm going to ask you one more time. We probably need to talk. Stand up.
Patrick is justifiably nervous here after suddenly being confronted by multiple police officers, but still manages to give the cops his name. However, they decide that they don't believe him, and instead of asking for an ID or trying to confirm his identity in any way, they immediately decide to do this instead.
What I do? Y'all ain't telling me what I do, man. You got a warrant. He just came back from his probation officer.
I got taser. You coming out? You coming out? Come out.
Get your hands out now. You got 3 seconds. Hold on, man. 3 seconds. Do not reach. Get up. Put your hands on the car. Show me the warrant.
Come out.
Show me the warrant.
2.
All right, take it.
All right, move. You coming out or not? Come out. You got a warrant. You better get out of the car. 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 Move, Fox, move!
It took just 38 seconds from the police making first contact to giving the order to tase him. According to the cops, Patrick was given numerous reasonable opportunities to comply with officers, but because of his resistance, they were left with no choice but to stun him. But even after being tased and detained, the cops still aren't finished roughing Patrick up.
Something was going on, man. Just drop me, man.
He keeps reaching for his back.
Ah!
Quit resisting.
I got him, guys. Just search whatever he's going for.
The cops search Patrick to try and find whatever he was reaching for, assuming he was hiding a weapon of his own. But predictably, they find nothing other than his wallet. This would end up being a blessing for Patrick, though, as inside his wallet, the cops found his ID.
I just seen this fucking lady.
Patrick Mumford.
This lady not gonna tell me that I got a warrant. I just seen her.
Here's the deal, dude.
How long I had a warrant?
I don't know if you got a warrant because you're not who I'm looking for. But here's the deal: when we ask you for ID because you look a lot like the person we're with, you give us ID. And when you start this whole fight nonsense, dude, all you had to do is give me this.
But the way you came up, asked me out of nowhere.
Remember, the cops never once asked for Patrick's ID during the initial interaction. In a later report, the cops also stated that they were worried he was reaching for a weapon when he was shuffling back in the car. So, do you think they would have been okay with him reaching into his back pocket for his wallet? He wasn't given any chance to correctly identify himself, but now the cop is patronizing him and saying he caught a case he didn't need to get. And above all, he's still being manhandled and forced onto the hood of their patrol vehicle.
What's the guy name?
Is there someone here to stay here that looks like you? Think about it.
Hey, Jack. Yeah. That's what he's looking for.
Tell him. Who does he look a lot like?
I don't know.
He knows who it is.
So who is it?
Michael?
He is not Michael.
Okay, I know that now.
Oh, they thought it was my son?
Yes.
Really? They don't even look nothing alike?
And then besides that,
From
he
the
even have a
picture
little
that
we got, they look exactly.
Oh, wow. I'm looking at that picture. I mean,
Don't they look far off? Okay, are we wrong?
For the record, this is the man they're looking for. It's difficult to draw even a single similarity in appearance, but the cops apparently saw so many that they were comfortable with discharging a weapon at Patrick. Patrick was initially charged with obstruction and violating probation, and was fixed to lose his job and position at college. Thankfully, though, an internal investigation was launched into the 4 officers on the scene, and it was concluded that they didn't follow proper procedure. All 4 of the officers were suspended, and Patrick was awarded with a settlement of $100,000. Being arrested because of mistaken identity is harrowing enough, but being arrested because of the color of your skin must be terrifying, especially when a cop wants to play games. On July 15th, 2018, Montre and his friend were pulled over by the police. The stop started out normal, but quickly evolved into a perfect display of how cops will try to force you into a false confession through corruption, and in this case, racism.
What's going on, guys? Not much. Is this your car? Well, it's a rental right now. My car's in the shop. Okay. Did something break down? Yes, sir. Gotcha. You guys just came from over the park, right? Yeah, we just hanging out. That's it? Is this your car? I just told you my car is in the shop, officer. This is it. Okay. How do you start it? What do you mean? I just put my foot on the brake and I put it in drive and I... Okay. Yeah, officer.
At first, this may seem like a harmless question, but asking the driver, Montre Little, how to start the car essentially implies that the cop thinks he stole it. If Montre was unfamiliar with the vehicle, he would have likely struggled to remember how to start it. And if he fumbled around a little before remembering, it could imply he was under the influence. But Montre kept his composure and passes this first test totally fine. The cop, however, still isn't impressed and decides to take things further by tricking Montre into giving his property over.
So it's your car, though? Okay. Did they give you a fob or something? My car, officer. Did they give you a key fob or something? Or? Yes, sir. Officer. Like, what does it do? Does it? You see, this actually lets you know that it's in. Okay. Do you have any weapons on you or in the car? No, officer. Okay. Can I be honest with you? It smells like marijuana in the car, and I can see shake on the ground. Your buddy's giving me the idea that maybe he's got a gun. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think. How? I don't know. Just the way. I mean, just the way you're holding yourself, man. Like, that's why we're nervous, man. That's it.
Not only did the officer mislead Montre into giving the keys over, but he's also suddenly decided he can smell marijuana in the vehicle, and based purely on a hunch that the passenger is hiding a weapon. Both of these things, especially the marijuana smell, are often used as a reason to search the vehicle, bypassing the need for consent by the property owner. The speed and order in which the officer works here is extremely suspicious. Confiscating the keys without even mentioning it implies that he already decided he was going to search the vehicle, and that he was trying to make Montre feel helpless or even threatened. Emotions you can clearly see on his face as they're stolen from him.
Go ahead and step out, Montre. Yep, I just told you why. 3 times. You want me to recap again? I mean, I told you I'm a cop. Face the car when you step out. Face the car when you step out. Face the car when you step out. Don't flex. Don't flex. I don't know what you're doing, man, but you need to knock that off. Stop pulling on your arms. What's going on, dude? Where are you trying to? What are you doing, dude? Officer, I'm not doing nothing to you. Well, you're making me think something funny's going on, man. Okay, so slide over. I mean, your heart is thumping, dude. Like you're beating.
This guy is an asshole.
Everything the cop has done and said so far is textbook in terms of corruption. This is obviously a serious event for Montre, but the cop is deliberately trying to be lighthearted and jovial about the whole thing, using words such as funny and silly to purposefully seem condescending. He also mentions that Montre's heart is beating fast and that he seems nervous. Another classic observation that appears time and time again in these cases. Think back to the stop of Marion Humphrey, whose truck was searched for the sole reason that he seemed nervous. Innocent civilians such as Montre will always feel anxious or even angry in this situation, and it's an easy observation for cops to make to detain them and obtain probable cause, which is exactly what the cop did.
I'll be able to find nothing.
The search uncovered nothing illegal in Montre's car, but the cop kept him in the back of his patrol vehicle. This is where things start to get really shady.
Oh my
I
God.
did everything you asked me to, officer. You thought there was a weapon. There's no weapon. We wasn't doing anything wrong, officer. I'm not sure why you pulled me over. At your rental, everything is fine. There was no breaking taillight or nothing, officer. I did nothing wrong with you.
Did I make anything up when I said the car smelled like marijuana?
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Hold on.
Because there was nobody smoking in the car.
Is there marijuana shake on the floor of the car?
Officer, that was cigarette ash, okay? You didn't find no marijuana.
I'm not charging you with marijuana. But here's what. If you want me to be real with you, like I want you to be real with me for a second. Like, did I make that up?
I believe so, officer.
Okay, so you want me to just write you the ticket to the stuff that I had to write you tickets for? If you think that I'm lying, like, then we'll go to court and we'll talk about it then.
Okay.
Or do you want to just be real with me and I'll be real with you?
Wow, awesome.
Montre is being aggressively backed into a corner. The cop obviously knows that he's done something wrong. He's only trying to get Montre to forget about it and move past it without further incident. When he doesn't, the cop threatens him by saying he'll write up the ticket and he'll have to take it to court, where it'll essentially be Montre versus the world. It's also important to remember that cops are allowed to lie and use deceptive tactics to extract a confession. If Montre had told him that he didn't make up the smell, then in a weird, twisted way, he essentially just admitted to possessing illegal drugs. Luckily, Montre maintained his story and was reluctantly let go by the cops. Just days later, Montre sued the city and after a year of fighting, reached a settlement of $75,000 based on an unlawful traffic stop and warrantless search. The cop was removed from patrol duty, but not fired, despite leading one of the most callous displays of corruption ever caught on camera. But the police are extremely good at one-upping themselves when it comes to corruption. Take, for example, the time when 2 Californian cops essentially kidnapped a man eating lunch in his own car.
What's going on?
You live around here?
Hey, don't touch,
Relax, bro. Relax. Hey, you match the description of somebody, okay, that just committed a burglary in the area. Okay, you're on camera, so don't step out the car.
Is your body cam on?
It's on.
Yes,
it's on.
Step on out, dude.
We'll explain everything to you, okay? Just step out of the car. Step out of the car.
I'm not stepping out of the car.
You're being detained for a burglary investigation, okay, sir? So step out.
No.
Do you live in the area?
I'm not answering any questions. I want my lawyer.
Okay, step out of the car. You're being detained right now. All right. Step out of the car.
Firstly, the suspect named Jamal Williams does everything right. He tells the cops he's not answering any questions until he has a lawyer. Unfortunately for him, though, the cops aren't having any of it because he matches the description of a suspect. That technically gives them the right to detain him while they investigate further. What's interesting is that the only description the cops had was that it was a black male wearing all black in his early 20s. Possibly a red t-shirt underneath. Jamal is 40 years old, wearing a red hoodie and gray sweatpants. It's also incredibly hard to punish cops for detaining someone that doesn't match that description, as they could just say they thought he did. In general, this system is very lackluster, but it shouldn't necessarily harm or bother Jamal. Not unless the cops do this.
Sir.
Step on out, dude.
You're
on camera, dude, so don't do anything dumb, okay?
Hold on. I'm gonna get this on camera.
How rude.
You can record. Step in the car, please.
He's being aggressive.
Hey,
Stop resisting, dude.
Stop resisting.
I'm just. Why are you? What? No, man. Okay. Call your supervisor. Call your supervisor. Call your supervisor. Call your supervisor. Call your supervisor.
Wow. This is definitely uncalled for. Man.
Stop, dude. Call your supervisor. Call your supervisor. Call your supervisor. I'm gonna chase you, dude. Call your supervisor. Call your supervisor. Yeah, call your supervisor.
Tase him.
I don't give you consent to touch me. I don't give you consent to touch me. Don't reach. I don't give you consent. Handcuff.
Initially, Jamal showed no signs of aggression and no signs of resisting. He was just trying to open his phone to record the interaction for his own safety. Nevertheless, the cop immediately said he's being aggressive as Jamal was willingly stepping out of the car.
Step in the car, please.
He's being aggressive.
This obviously frustrated Jamal, and he later admitted from then he did try and stay inside the vehicle. But the amount of force the cops used from here on was completely unwarranted. One cop even pulled a taser and threatened to use it on Jamal, despite him posing no actual threat. Jamal is then handcuffed and kept face down on the tarmac while multiple other patrol vehicles arrive at the scene. For a man guilty of nothing other than eating his lunch, that sure is a lot of cops.
If we take these off, are you going to cause a problem? Are you going to kick any windows out, anything like that?
I don't answer questions. You can leave them on then, that's fine.
That's fine.
Which one do you want to stand them up and get them to a car? Just leave them here until fire season will make it easy.
He doesn't want to walk. He doesn't want to answer questions. He wants to.
All right.
Is your first name Jamal? That's who the car is registered.
I don't give you consent to go on my car and check my car. I don't give you consent to check my car. You're violating my Fourth Amendment constitutional right. So I think we can move forward and try at least get on the back seat. Yeah, that's fine. What's your name, guys? Now, why are you guys kidnapped? I can't talk to you until you help me out. Tell me, why am I being kidnapped? Well, same with you, we'll figure that out. I'll let you know. All right. Find a car and put it in there. Okay. We'll talk when you get here.
At this point, there are over a dozen cops at the scene, and Jamal is fully restrained in both handcuffs and leg wraps. He's also already been cleared to not be the suspect, yet he's still taken to the patrol car, fully restrained, and put in the back seat. It's also important to note that the cops were able to identify and clear Jamal by running his plates, something they could have done in secret before even approaching him. The worst part is that even after all of this, Jamal still wasn't free. He was cleared of the burglary charge, but he was instead hit with a felony charge of resisting arrest and taken to jail. Jamal later filed a
Mom? I don't know if I could put my I didn't realize what time it was. I'm late. I'm late. I didn't realize what time it was. I'm just gonna end it here. I have to go. I have an appointment at 2. So I'm just gonna end it here. Thanks for watching. Please hit that like button.